So we're right back in it where we left off. Weird thing happened when I loaded the game, though. Gonna just show this to you all immediately. You'll notice that some of the skill points have been reassigned slightly. It reset my skill points again when I loaded back in. So I just went ahead and made some adjustments to make up for some of the odd points I threw around. And more or less, because basically we got like 3 or 4 points back because I didn't spend them in single point places that honestly didn't make any sense in the long term. I just was throwing them there to get rid of the points. But yeah, I almost didn't take self-taught back, but I felt like that would be too much of a change to how the character was laid out. I feel like that would give me quite the advantage at this stage of the game, is I would basically be pivoting all of self-taught like over into gacha or something. But as a result, we do have maxed out Gunslinger now, so we can actually start making use of the revolver properly. If that ends up being a mistake, we'll find out. But those that remember last time, we landed here after being resummoned by the Totem of Souls, and we were told to go talk to someone. Specifically, this lady over here.
Are you speaking of that thing? Who the hell are you? Yet another marauder out for blood?
I could be a smartass, but let's seem like a good person, at least at the moment.
Enough! Blast, I don't have time for this. I will give you one and only one chance. Waste it at your own risk.
Maybe we should have just been a smartass, because she's mad anyway.
Just give me one reason to believe you're here to stir up more evil and I will blast your guts out. Acting like you care, huh? Call me Annabelle. Lived in a city far from here, but now I'm digging through all this mud for reasons that are entirely my own. Any more questions? They're hardly entertaining. Contemplating digging a grave for you. What I'm doing here is none of your business. Let's just say I'm looking for a solution to a problem I have.
You can kind of get a hint as to what her problem is by looking at her arm. And the fact that her design is very similar to that of a prodigal daughter kind of gives you a couple hints.
Any more questions? They're hardly entertaining. Huh? You don't even know where you are?
Well, yeah, I didn't exactly walk here. I kind of just ended up here.
No idea what this place was called before, but this cave we're in's probably the safest spot for miles. Folks found some silver and other metals, went berserk over it, and then promptly left when the deposit turned out to be as impressive as a banker's profligacy.
Now that's a fancy word. I don't actually entirely know what she means with that one. And that's not uncommon. Usually I know what fancy words mean. That one...
Any more questions? They're hardly entertaining.
So what can I do to make you not hate me?
Daring, are we? Fine. I will give you one chance. There are 2 people missing. A little girl and a man of cloth. Find them and bring them here, safe and sound, and I may change my mind about you.
In this case, a man of cloth being a man of the church, in case anybody doesn't know that one.
As to where they may be, the girl called Twin was last seen going northwest towards the lumber mill. She often lurks there for some reason. Priest was renting about a holy expedition for the sacred relic, hidden away in a fort. I would search for them in those places.
And thankfully, she's still willing to do business with us, regardless of whether we are trustworthy yet or not. Ooh. Oh, I do remember the Rattler. I remember being excited about that last time. Improves accuracy by 50%. I do definitely want that too. I remember using the crossbow a fair bit when we were here last time as well. Tomahawks are damn expensive, or I'd consider getting a hold of those. I don't remember these boots or this hat, though. The hat, I assume, is new, considering it's designed to work with revolvers, and they had added better support for revolvers in the full release. The boots are probably also new. I remember this inventory, like, cutting off, like, here. I'm not even sure she had tomahawks for sale before. It's a damn expensive map, but I do need it. See that. On that note, do I want to get rid of any of these things? Because I kind of held on to a ton of this because of the fact that we had that fight coming up. So I was expecting to have to use this dynamite to push through the final fight of the first chapter. So I'm going to sell some of this dynamite. And I'm not going to really use these Molotovs as much as I like them. They're just not supremely effective. And I'm going to hang on to the ectoplasm, but I'm not going to equip it again probably at the moment. A bunch of this stuff's going to go into storage for the time being. Oh, and in case anybody's wondering what this ammo is for, that's for even bigger guns than what we've got now. We won't be seeing those for a bit. Here's where we rest in here. Our storage is around somewhere. Pretty sure. Ooh. Don't mind if I do.
Ah, this may be useful.
There it is. There's also a free bandage, which will come in handy.
Here.
There's a bunch of free stuff laying around in here that we'll want to fish out. For the time being, I am going to swap the knife back in and put away the majority of the fancy shells we have. Ditto with a lot of the fancy bullets. I'm going to keep the handful of gold short ammo we have for emergencies. Fire bullets I'm not going to need to keep on me at the minute. Extra stick of dynamite. We don't need all of these coins on my person either. This can go ahead and go in storage. Actually, in theory, I probably should put the ectoplasm in here just to be on the safe side, but it'll be okay. I don't remember running into spirits here enough for it to be that big a deal. Rather, the ranged enemies I encountered in here, I don't remember being as big an issue as the birdmen were. That was where my brain was trying to get to, and it just didn't. We didn't even get the fancy bow, so we'll go ahead and pull that out of that inventory and toss those in there. Save some space in the bag. We don't need the map of the canyon anymore, so we'll just toss that in the storage. I know this takes a bit, and you're just gonna have to bear with me on that one because this inventory is only so big. Our next few levels are probably going to go into the strong back upgrades, though, to fix this problem a bit. Because we are going to start finding a lot more stuff between our increased capacity to find things and the simple fact of the matter being... actually, wait. Yeah. I think if I have a full space... Yes, I can. Okay. So the shotgun does fit in there. For some reason, I was just convinced it wouldn't fit. That is so much nicer. But yeah, where is it? Our gold prospector bonus is going to get us a lot of loot, and I'm going to be putting the card back on as well, now that we're in a new area. So we can get a hold of as much of the new loot as possible. Yeah, I don't think I need the 50% less spirit attacks hitting for the moment. There are spirit enemies around here, but I don't need it immediately from what I recall of the area. And I don't need this out as well. These need to stay out because I need to be able to get them into the accessory slots quickly if I'm actually going to do anything with them. Literally, my equipment bag is just a bag. There is more stuff around here, though, that we should clean out. Pardon me, Annabelle. And for anyone who remembers the decision that gets made later on in this chapter, I am going to be doing the opposite of what I did last time for that decision, to see how that plays out instead. That will probably affect some long-term things, but I feel like that'll be more interesting. Yeah, that's one of the exits out of the cave. There's multiple... If I remember right, there's multiple entrances in and out of this cave. Specifically, you go running out this way. And that's your flat, straight exit out of here, or there's the crouching exit you just saw me show a moment ago. There's going to be some parts of this place that I remember a lot better than Chapter 1, because I did this more recently than Chapter 1. But there are going to still be plenty of things I've forgotten as well, or that have changed. So buckle up for me fumbling at some point.
Just what I was looking for.
And I do believe at some point they allowed you to start at whichever chapter you wanted, which is why things like that rusty axe are laying there. I don't think you can do that anymore, because I didn't see that option when I restarted. Oh yeah, you also can just go out this way. That was the third exit, I think. Don't think there's any others. Though, knowing my memory, there probably is another one that I'm forgetting. Go down the ladder backwards, because I can. Aha!
What's this now? Oh.
Now, my gut is telling me not to sell that brooch. I sold it last time, I believe. Like, I sold it, like, immediately. Right! That's the other thing about this, is if I kill a bunch of enemies while wearing it, we'd be able to get more money out of it. I think I binned it, like, instantly last time. Maybe I'll actually wear it around for a while to get some more money out of it. The only reason I'm not that worried about that idea is the fact that once we really get going in this zone, money's gonna stop being a problem.
What does this one do?
Oh, yeah. Hey, you'll get 200 health back. Oh, guess what? There's a Deathstalker just randomly somewhere now. Because, you know, that's great. It's beyond your ken how someone managed to craft this tiny music box that is not only so intricately decorated, but also plays such a delightful tune. A true work of art. The melody soothes you and by some magic makes you feel much better. And yet you could swear you hear a distant roar every time you use this music box. Put that in storage. I think that's another one I sold immediately. There's a part of me that wants to toy with that, so I'm just gonna put that away and we'll toy with that in the future.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for you to take these things so I don't have to carry them. It's gonna be a little bit before we can buy the things I do actually want in here, because they are expensive. You'll notice how everything is a lot higher priced now, because they expect you to have a lot more money. Let's go through these notes before we go anywhere else. These hulking creatures most likely have human origins, but currently it's impossible to confirm the theory with any degree of certainty. Their main reason to hunt is to acquire new skin, which they later sew onto their bodies. Do they need to replace old and torn skin to prevent themselves from falling apart? They talk to the severed heads strapped to their belts, so most likely some remnant of humanity still glimmers within them. Behavior. Skin Collector is a rather simple-minded creature, although not entirely, as it wears a metal helmet to protect its vulnerable head. This makes the beast extremely resilient, since the simplest way to defeat it is to remove its brain. However, hunters have a major advantage over it: their speed and agility. Skin Collector tires easily, and his giant size makes it hard for him to squeeze through gaps or difficult terrain. We'll get into the whole situation with Skin Collectors later. We don't see those for a little bit around here. Ditto with this, I seem to recall. Seeing one of these giants is akin to staring death in the face. Even well-prepared hunters may succumb to the Deathstalker's sheer mass and speed, and those lucky to survive the initial attack usually end up being torn apart by the creature's claws and teeth. The Deathstalker is a monster forging its own legend, and the only thing stopping it from achieving everlasting fame is the fact that hardly anyone survives an encounter with one. It is not yet known if Deathstalkers are related to the mythical Wendigo. Both creatures look similar, are very territorial and equally dangerous. Note to self, species? Can they be called that? We need more research. Perhaps there exists more creatures comparable to the Wendigo. Species, genus, maybe an entire family. Behavior. Apart from their remarkable strength, Deathstalkers have one more trick up their sleeve. Their blood works like acid on most other beings, and each bite may poison their victim. Keeping your distance is recommended, although not as much as trying to avoid them entirely. So yeah, they're just Wendigo 2.0. So that's great. That's what everybody needed, right? A bigger, stronger, nastier Wendigo with acid blood. Yeah, that's clearly a fantastic thing. Go ahead and put that in there, and yeah. It's time to go looting. There's some arrows here, but honestly, they can stay there. Oh yeah, I also forgot about this. This is that they make sure you're provided for if you're like starting out with an empty pocket when you come in here, which is nice of them. To see there's a free bow and arrows and everything as well.
You could never have too much of those.
It's also very good for if like you didn't find the bow in the first area or you didn't buy one or anything. You're provided.
Doing something important, or did you forget?
We have plenty to talk about, especially you buying all of these things. Now I'll go do your missing person thing that you won't shut up about. Yeah, let's go out this way. As you can see, we are currently here. And there's actually 4 entrances and exits out of this place. I think I either counted wrong or missed one. There's the sawmill where the little girl is, and over there is the fort with the priest. So as you might imagine, given proximity, you should probably be doing the fort first. I seem to recall that the fort is kind of nasty, but, you know, that's just how this game's gonna be going forward, is kind of nasty. From what I recall, I screwed around a lot in this vicinity in year, and a lot of it kind of didn't particularly matter. So we're just gonna go straight for our goal this time and see how that plays. Oh yeah, I forgot to get rid of the rose bourbon. It'll be fine. We'll get rid of it on the way back. I could just turn around now, but I can't be bothered. That is our gold ammunition. Please don't waste that. We don't have a lot of bullets, so maybe I should actually turn around and go buy some. We can fan the hammer on revolvers now, so technically I should probably bring the Orb of Night out with me, but with how little ammo we have, it would be silly to be fanning the hammer. Because that would just send all the ammo. So, a couple things about this area immediately. You'll notice that it's very much a swamp.
What do we have?
You can scoop up some lily pad, things like that. You probably saw the water over there splashing. There's things in the water. Things that have seen me already. Shot that one just so it would come up. So yeah. That's what lives in the water around here. If you thought gators were bad, you got these things now. There's the cave entrance right there as well, the crawling one. Thankfully, we've got lots of sneaking speed upgrades, so I can just kind of sneak my way around everywhere I go, just so I don't stumble into something. Because I don't remember the lay of the land in terms of enemies completely, so I'd rather be on the safe side. I'm going the wrong way for getting to the fort. Let's actually correct that then. You can also just go up and over the cave. You thankfully don't have to go through it every time you want to cross over. Because it would obviously be a little bit slower going through the cave. Unless you have the pathing memorized. So even then, there's ledges and such that take time when you can just sprint straight over the mound. And now we're on track, because there's the fort right there. I got suspicious when I didn't see a large building looming in the near view. You can also keep an eye on your compass. I didn't talk about this in Chapter 1 because most enemies were very obvious. If you keep half an eye on your compass, if you're supposed to be aware of an enemy, they will be on the compass if they're in the direction you're looking. Sometimes they will warn you way early, like that guy, you can see him on the compass, you can kind of see him in your regular vision too. He's just stomping around. Yeah, that's not anywhere, so let's actually deal with that first, is we're not gonna have to come back over here, so this will be good for extra stuff. That is a scallywag. We saw one of those before. Oh, busted, huh? Oh yeah, they spit now. There we go. Drink this quickly before the bleed kills me. Lost way more health than I meant to, and immediately forgot I had bandages to fix the bleed too. It's fine. These are drowners. They're basically upgraded animated dead. They have a spit move, and they're a lot tougher. Scallywags, of course, as we saw before, have shotguns. I forget what the Angel's Halos are for. I know they're for something, which is why they can't be sold. For some reason, I thought you could sell them as well, and then you'd have to buy them back later. But then the inventories go away, so no, that wouldn't have made sense anyway. But the enemies around here are usually actually a little easier to find than the enemies in the first area because they make more noise. You'll note that there's something on 4 legs walking over there on the left, and a man with a rifle up there. I don't want to deal with him Actually, I could probably get away with creeping up on him. But as you can see, there's a lot going on over there. I actually remember this place now that I look at this layout. I think we do actually need to be here at some point, even though it's not marked with a name label. Their hearing is actually pretty good. Something saw me for a moment, but not a major deal. Who sees me? I think he actually might have seen, like, the edge of me. Hear him. He's very close. Yep, there he is.
Are you lost? Let me help you.
Not how I wanted that to go, but it's fine. These are skin seekers. You'll notice a theme developing so far. A lot of skin involved in this place. Just sock that away in your mind. You'll understand the reasoning for that as we go. But they're a better source of ammo than the birdmen were, because they drop more of their ammo when they die. I need to get potion out of the bag just to make sure that I have it on hand. Load the extra bullets. There's an argument to be made for pulling the shotgun out for what's going on over here, but we should be okay since we have a decent bit of bullets.
Disgusting filth.
You'll note that he didn't die to a headshot. Just, you know, keep that in mind. Things around here are tougher. So this was a mistake. And we're dead. You may have realized something not quite right about that dog when it jumped at us.
Dusty roads call me again.
We'll be getting into the details of that one when we find its log.
Well, what are you waiting for?
We are definitely going to need to get a better weapon, sharpish, though. That is not enough damage. Also, where's the plus 20 coming from? It's probably in my skill points somewhere. Oh yeah, this is one of the reasons why I would be using the crossbow. Exploding bolts. Very, very nice. As it says, it makes quite a commotion, but they tend to go to where the explosion is rather than going to where the explosion came from. So, usually it'll work out. Theoretically, it would actually be in our best interest to rest a couple times to build up ammo, but I'm going to be stubborn and just go out. I did forget how much tougher the enemies were in this area compared to the first one, though. If even headshots aren't killing with the lever action rifle, we might actually be in for a spot of bother. Take note, by the way, there are enemies waiting out here on the edge here as well. Because you could just wade your way across and then attack from the water. I'm pretty sure that's what we did last time, rather than going in through the front door. Today, I'm gonna be a fool and go in through the front door.
Led you astray.
Notice how fast that thing came at me. These are leeches. They also drop giant leeches, which are very handy. You'll notice you take less damage when bleeding and are stronger while bleeding. It's an interesting idea. I seem to recall it had less benefits before. They've definitely buffed that, I think. Yeah, the main reason to not go in the water is these things. So, if you dispose of the ones nearby, you can just kind of wade your way through the water and it's not really an issue.
Whatever gets the job done.
Ooh, that was a box of 15 bullets. Just enough to fill the gun. Something's moving over there. Oh, it's a drowner. And there's another look at those freaks. The fact that there's a bunch of them around the entrance really makes me not happy that I decided I want to go through the front door this time. Well, life choices were made. Do my best Gator impression. Oh, there's a lot here, actually.
Rest in oblivion.
Nothing bad happened. Absolutely nothing bad happened. Whew. Okay, we're in. But there's gonna be a problem now that we're in here. Specifically the problem of I don't remember how bad it actually gets in here. Which is why I was hesitant to say that it's actually the first place you're intended to go. Because if I remember right, there's some actually really, really bad enemies in here. But you'll notice there's the same ghostly voice barking orders that we heard in the other farm and the other fort. Because as you might imagine, this fort is also very, very haunted. Nothing bad happened. Who sees me? I presume one of those jokers down there can see me. Thank you for your bullets. Good day, sir. Yeah, you'll occasionally hear that. It's because they're all kinds of haunted. Weird.
You're not welcome here.
Scallywag down. The scallywags are also real good for getting free alcohol from. So if you're looking to get yourself buffed that way, they usually have some. And it's also just good money. We should be relatively safe chilling here for a second. Go ahead and get first level strong back. As you can see, the inventory just immediately becomes bigger. Shotgun can stay there.
Just what I was looking for.
That's a familiar sounding voice line now, isn't it? And I don't mean the one where we were picking stuff up. I meant the one that told us there's a prodigal daughter around. don't see me. I'm not real. You were drinking too much. Yes, you did. How far do you walk? That far. Pop.
Mark.
There's something very concerning about just picturing this weird crouch walking tiny man charging at people.
Like where this is
Little knife raised, just yeah, whack. Big Chucky vibes. Also did not realize I could knock loot items around, so when I stabbed that bottle, I was genuinely confused for a second. Now we know that that guy's stomping around. I presume there's also something down in here. The ladder's broken, so getting back out is going to be interesting. Yep, there's the lady. Somebody sees me. If I scurried even just a tiny bit more, I would have been caught. Oh, it probably was that guy. Yep, she circles around this way. That's actually perfect.
My beauty will last forever.
Uh-huh. Slight haircut, madam? I'm so glad neither of them noticed that happened. They are noticing me, though, which is a problem. See that? Nothing bad happened. Oh, there is something, like, right on top of our location. I think something detected him dying, but was above him, so it only actually parked up there. Yeah, there's something, like, right there. You see me, you need to go. And join your friend. Oh, you spotted me right as I did that, huh? Fine. More than one way to get rid of a scallywag. I mean, if I'm already bleeding, I may as well just slap the leech on. Can't help but notice that that's really not helping as much as they made it sound like it would. To get rid of the leech. What's the leech even supposed to do? Yeah, damage and accuracy. That's what I thought. Which is why I went ahead and just slapped the leech on, is so that I could actually get that damage bonus. Since, you know, we've been having some trouble actually killing what we're trying to kill. Yeah, in some ways, we're kind of reset back to how we started the first chapter, where we absolutely have to be stealthy. We can straight up fight, but it's nowhere near as effective as it was in the first chapter. These enemies are more dangerous and more durable. Thankfully, we have become a lot more of an effective character, so we can just kind of zoom around and shank people to our heart's content for a while. So we should actually be able to clean out this fort okay. That hat's not real. Okay. It's kind of funny how I was shooting my way through here last time we did this. And having a lot of heartache. But this knife is just so good. So I was having to like pick shots very carefully to make sure I wouldn't get caught. Now I'm just zooming around at Mach 8, just shanking people in the ankles. There's a safe. Whoa. Hi. A distinguished undead next to another safe. We never did open the safe in the first chapter either. But here's the key for this one.
Hope it's not cursed.
And 250 bucks, Raven Skull, and some silver bullets. Okay. At least there wasn't anything special in there, so there probably wasn't anything crazy special in the other one. It could have been worse. How goes? It's definitely a case of I'll take what I can get. Considering, you know, it was a safe unlocked by a key across the room from it. It could have been a lot worse. Yep, she's still dead where I left her. And mostly. Oh boy. And stab him in the butt. Oh, hi. Bad.
I'm feeling a bit light.
He approached a lot quieter than I thought he would. Oh, more loot.
Can't say no.
Okay. Yeah, we've already been down there, as made evident by the corpse. There's another daughter around somewhere. They're thankfully nice and loud. Oh, found her. What do you got? You had money, thank you. Unfortunate that so many enemies are dropping shotgun shells, though. Like, obviously that's just gonna be the way of it when half of your opposition has shotguns, but I would like to find more of the men with rifles so I can actually get more real bullets. But it is what it is. This is where we came in from. This is why we came in through the window. Oh no, what happened to him? What a shame. You're gonna join him. So many teeth. This is why I was saying money's gonna stop being an issue while we're carrying around the card. Uh-oh. You see nothing. Ah, he saw me. I almost got away with that. That's the funny part. If there had been anywhere for me to take cover within that little bit I went to, we would have actually gotten away from him. That is the power of having too many stealth bonuses. You just ninja vanish away. I am feeling some weird movement though, so I'm gonna... I tested something by switching the VSync to every other frame. Let's put it back on every frame. Because it was working fine at that, and then every other frame seems to have freaked out slightly. Because you know me, I can't help but toy with things I don't need to toy with. We've cleared out a lot of the life from this fort, which is fantastic news. I could have swore there was one of those big guys in here somewhere, though. And I'll be honest, I would have happily just taken on that whole bunch that was out the front door if I could stab faster. Like, I would just sit there and just run through the lot of them, just go shank, 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 done. But sadly, this is as fast as I stab at the moment. And that ain't gonna be fast enough to mow through a crowd like that. I can get speed upgrades. I just haven't. Because up until doing this, I haven't needed melee speed.
One and done.
Okay. There is still something that can hear me. Somewhere around. We've also found a distinct lack of priest. Stuck again? Because I know you said you had a problem with like a Alice in Wonderland looking place. Dang it. Fine, I'll go around. And are you like stuck, or is it a matter of you're dealing with something that ain't worth the effort? Okay. I figured.
My new favorite thing.
Oh, there's the priest. He should thank his lucky stars that I pulled back when I realized it was him. Otherwise he would have gotten stabbed.
God has sent his loyal servant some help. Praise the Lord. Thank you for coming to my rescue.
Mostly a matter of remembering his model from last time. Because it's kind of hard to forget a face that ugly.
I am in a predicament and seek for your help. See, I am looking for an object of great spiritual value. I know it is stashed here somewhere. I was given a revelation. I know for certain it is here in this fort. I was able to search the upper floors before those monsters came out of nowhere, hollering and cowing like demons. I won't move from my post given to me by the Holy Spirit until the relic is in my hand. If you bring it to me, then I will resume my service at the camp.
I absolutely would not bother helping him if it weren't for the fact that I need to bring him back to the camp in order to get the information I need in order to proceed. Because I hate him. Kind of awful. And you'll notice that his holy relic looked an awful lot like a still. And let's just say that all files under part of why I don't like him. Now, problem is, I need to remember how to get into the lower levels of this place now. I think I'm on the right track. Nope. Ooh, another whetstone. Which, at the rate things are going, I probably should use one of these. It's 10 hits of extra melee damage. No time limit, just you swing and hit 10 times and it wears off. But it'll be a good bit of extra insurance while I'm skittering around in here with my knife. Yeah. We already have that in Steam if you're looking at that in the Game Pass list. Oh, you turned around at the wrong time!
Right on the mark.
Yeah.
Alas, it's never enough.
Oh, good. They replaced the potion for me conveniently. Yeah, I think that this is going to be our way down. Because we had been over here before when we knocked out the one lady that was over here. I don't really like this plan, but I think this is going to be our plan. So let's even the odds for ourselves a little bit first. Yeah, because they can't make it up here before their detection timer runs out. But that does tell me that there is actually a walking path, potentially. Which, I guess there would have to be, actually. Because we'd have to be able to get back out from down there. Oh, he found his way up here. Thank you. Thank you for the free bullets. Okay, let's heal up before we jump down. And get the other healing items out of our bag. There's an argument to be made for getting the shotgun out as well, but I think we'll be okay. Ow. And that's why we healed before we jumped.
What's this?
Yep, I remember this now. This whole segment's a little concerning.
Back into the void. Can't shoot with rocks.
I mean, you can, just it's not very effective. Yep, this is how you were supposed to get down here. But as you'll see, the reason why I just dropped it down is because finding this specific corner the other way around was going to be a pain in the butt. Because we had already been over here, but I couldn't remember which corner it was. So I opted for just drop down the hole and find my way back up from in the hole. Because that would be quicker. Some arrows. Which, don't get me wrong, if I had a good bow, I'd be using it. Because then I could shoot quietly. Ooh.
Deeper pockets.
Keen bolts are worth snagging.
Little guys for big jobs.
Because the special thing about keen bolts is they travel faster and just straight do more damage. They're not, like, incredible, but they're an improvement over the regular ammunition. So they're good to have. Let's see. I do need to put some of this crap away. Otherwise, we are going to get overloaded. Get overloaded, he says, knowing full well he already is. And no. Put that in there. There we go, that'll help. That's as good as we're gonna get. Aside from me sitting there and actively, like, shuffling around everything forever. And let me tell you, that just ain't happening right now. There we go. Just fixing something else on the other screen right quick. Since I was already in the middle of fixing something. Does this have bullets in it? Couple bullets, okay. Throw that away. Honestly, when I was playing, I've managed to have so much metal that I don't think we'd ever need infinite. But I think I have an idea how you did that. There's some odd things. And some things interact in ways they shouldn't. It's also easy enough to just buy the iron, making its and loop that. And I'm still debating streaming it, but it's probably gonna end up being one of those, it gets put off till I'm done with everything else. Because there's a bunch of things that have, like, hit 1.0 recently, or things like that, that are gonna take priority over for doing that game right now. Among the survivors and those few brave souls visiting the barren land circulates a terrifying story. Story about a tribe of cannibals and murderers who covet the skins of their victims more than anything else. For the people outside the reach of the curse, this is just another spooky tale to be shared over a strong drink in a warm saloon. However, for those who live in the barren lands, this is their reality. The link between the Skin Seeker and the Skin Collector seems obvious, but yet it remains undocumented. From the very limited observations, we can conclude that both species hunt humans and are experts at skinning their prey. How exactly do they work together? Can a skin seeker evolve into a bigger, stronger form? Are these two kinds of monsters essential for each other as one spots the prey that the other needs to replace its own skin? So many questions. Behavior. One interesting difference was discovered between the creatures. While the Skin Collector is as fearless as it is stupid, the Skin Seeker tends to be rather cowardly. If hit by anything, it immediately runs to safety, no matter how severe the damage received was. And that is something you can manipulate. Like, that is actually a legitimate factor in how they fight, is if they get hit, they back off. Is they're trying to get distance to shoot. It quite easily could be that Skin Seekers are those who favored the more cowardly, advantageous approaches, and the Skin Collectors were the big burly brutes of the world before becoming what they are now. Come on. You missed me. God damn it. That delay between swings can be such a murder at times. Especially when you switch between the heavy and the light attack. They don't chain nicely. I don't know if they chain better if you have all of the stat upgrades for it. Because I just don't use the melee enough. But this allows me to go clean my inventory out, so it works for me.
What are you waiting?
Because we might be able to get something that'll work a bit better once we clean all of this mess out. And thankfully we can sell from the container. Sell some of the extras of those, sell the leech, sell these. We're pretty well off money-wise, but not enough. We're close, but not quite to buying anything particularly good. We could get the crossbow, but the space issues on that would become quite a thing. Tomahawks have potential to be useful. They do a lot of damage. I presume the primary attack's the throw and the secondary attack is their melee. Because it'd be pretty wild for the ranged attack to be the one that does more damage. Not that I would say no to that being the reality, but you know what I mean. Problem is, they are expensive. We do also have a lot of ammo at the moment. I'm gonna hang on to the one large ammo as well, because when I find the weapon that uses that, the long ammo is very scarce in my experience, so holding on to as much of that as possible will behoove us so that I can actually use the weapon. It's either that or that's another one of those things I'd have to reset a bunch to make use of. And I don't really want to do that. Put some of these coins away as well. I don't really need to carry a bunch of coinage on hand, because all they're really great for at this point is using to get rid of a curse. Or to... I should really be buying damn blessings at this rate too, because we have so many coins.
Spirits are a blessing. You got the gold. We can do many things, but you can only select one. What will it be?
Let's spot shinies. Basically, that'll further increase the amount of hidden gold and such we get from corpses. Like, the odds of them dropping gold nuggets and crap is higher, is basically how that works. Go ahead and put the bullets in here, so we're not carrying 50 boxes of bullets directly in our pockets. Because otherwise we're never going to get anything done. And I am going to put the fancy bullets away again. I'm just going to keep stockpiling those for a rainy day for a bit. Okay, that's better. This way we can actually pick up things. Wrong way. And we may as well take the direct approach to the fort this time. Just going right across the water. So you'll notice even a stealth headshot on these guys doesn't kill them. At least not from this thing. This is why I said we need a stronger gun. They will at least, you know, give me a chunk of the ammo I used to kill them back, but not really enough. Especially not when you get a drop like that one, where you drop fuck all.
Fine addition to my collection.
There really wasn't a way we were going to cross the water and stab them. Not without wasting a lot of time waiting for the pattern to line up perfectly. And I just ain't here for that right now. I am gonna start collecting bolts because I might buy the crossbow.
My collection.
The only problem will be we once again will have inventory issues that I'll need to figure out. Because I can't like use it as a straight replacement for the rifle particularly. Unless I start buying a lot of bolts. And if I do that, I'm also probably gonna have to start carrying the revolver. A to use the ammo, and B to keep me from getting into a position where my fire rate gets me killed. So we got a leech down there in the water, and at least 2 shambling corpses up there still. And then there's that guy. That one I think is the one that killed us before.
Could always do with some more bullets.
You gotta remember, every time you get complacent is the moment where something's gonna spot you and kill you. And dealt with. Give me your teeth on the way by, thank you. You know, subtlety as I hop up and down trying to grab bullets.
Righteous death.
Ooh, boy. Yep, they are all just chilling. I mean, you know what? I got a bad idea. Yeet.
Bullseye.
Well, I got the one I wanted. Really was a little wasteful blowing up one guy, but made me feel better. Oh, the one across the way is the one seeing me. Okay. Eat. Blew all the teeth out of his head. Rusty gun. Oh. This guy above me stomping around. Oh, fuck me, there's 2 of them. This is a great thing to hear so close to us, isn't it? It's constant.
Don't come back.
I've had days where I felt like that. Oh, shenanigans. He literally detected me the second the knife entered his back, so it didn't give me the sneak attack damage. God damn it. If I had $1 for every time that happened, I would never need to work again a day in my life. And I'm not just counting this game for that. Ta-da!
Can't say no to such a curiosity.
And thankfully we've conveniently picked up another Raven Skull, so that'll help. But we do have to go back and tell the priest that we found it. He won't just be back at town. But after we give it to him, we can then warp away and save us some walking. Deal with his whole thing, and then we can head on our way to find the lost little girl. We thankfully should have a mostly clear path as well, barring anything that respawned when we died down here. Which is why it's a mostly clear path instead of an, oh yeah, I can just sprint right on back upstairs and go give it to him. I have to be somewhat mindful of the random respawns that could have happened. There's also a couple guys like this one that I didn't deal with, because we didn't come out this way before. Or I don't think. So that's why I'm not just up on my feet and running. Need to make this quicker. Yeah, we've been here before. This is the shotgun room. The upper section was, I think, actually just behind this. No, this was the attic, where apparently this guy's respawned, so that's great for him. Not so great anymore, but, you know. Yeah, that didn't reload, because why would it? So actually, I'm a fool, because the ladder leading up to him, I'm pretty sure, was right next to where we came up. Because there was a whole set of ladders there, and I just immediately ran off like a fool. Yeah, but see, his tower's over there. So actually, no, it wouldn't have gotten us there, I don't think. I think that's a different upper section that it would have led to, which is not the one we need. So I was actually heading the exact right way. This is that building I need to be in. How he didn't notice me just casually strolling through, I don't even know. But I'll take it. Getting to that staircase is gonna be a ball ache, though. We gotta go up here, go around again, and then the ladder is not here. Piss. Yeah, I think I need to actually go back outside because I went in a building early, trying to avoid the other guy. Or I'm confused. There's the entire possibility that I may in fact be confused. Yes, this is the right way. Did we go up all these stairs and ta-da, priest.
Splendid. This is marvelous. Indeed, you were godsend. I can almost forget the bloody disease in excitement. With these, I can brew more of my holy potion without risking my life. Every time I venture out of this hole.
Yes, holy potions, yes.
Thank you kindly. Don't fret. I shall provide you with some of my potions, almost free of charge. Come, find me in the camp. Can talk there in relative safety.
Yeah. Almost free of charge, he says. We'll get into why that is a problem in a second here. Put this away so I don't have the you can't do this in a safe zone thing pop up all the time. But now he's hanging out up there.
The old dirty bag is back and even a little chatty about your encounter with him.
As you can tell, she's not entirely happy to have him in particular back, but she's happy we're doing what she had asked us to do. So, the good old mixed blessing situation there. I know I said I was going to start stocking up the bolts, and then I thought better of it. His bolts aren't that expensive, and she does stock them 15 at a time. Pretty regularly. Unlike bullets, which are a random assortment. Yeah. We still don't have enough to buy, like, the Rattler or anything, so... Let's go talk to the priest, much as I don't want to.
Well met. Our paths intertwine yet again and require your help. It's only natural that a good person like you would help a soul in need. Right?
And it depends on what you're offering me.
As you have may guessed, my mortal flesh is being consumed by a terrible illness. But there's hope even in such a dark place and dire circumstances. And you can stock that flame even higher. This disease is why I am here, far from civilization. See, I could be living my last day in luxury. Finest tobacco and brandy, best chefs, and someone to warm my bed every night. But I came upon the rumor that a cure for all diseases is hidden within the barren lands. So I gathered best men I could afford and came here.
The cure-all is gonna be a complication along the way here.
It does exist. I am certain. Otherwise, I would have wasted my breath away out here. I wouldn't risk lives of men who came here with me. Lord, watch over their souls.
Yeah, you led a bunch of guys to their death, and you're spending your time making holy potions instead.
Before this life, I was somehow well positioned in the outside world. I had my contacts. They show me enough evidence and leads. Yes, it is here, waiting for me. If I knew where it is, I wouldn't be just standing here. All I have is a riddle. I swear that informant of mine had it coming for this. Ye who hard mortal and disease-ridden, enter ye shall the circle of earth. There a new life shall be given to one who has proven their worth.
We are actually going to need to use that information from what I remember, so I'm gonna snap a picture of that, though I believe the journal holds that riddle as well for you, but just to be on the safe side.
So far, I had no luck in trying to crack it. And some other matters demand my attention as well. So, I can't just keep walking around until I stumble upon the exact place.
Yeah, he sells a saber, which is pretty nice. You'll note, though, it's a melee weapon that you have to use as a primary, much like the axe. Traveler's backpack, which is pretty nice to have. I think I will actually buy that. Because as you can see, it's good for fitting another large weapon in. This is the one I believe I was using toward the end last time. But at the rate we're going, I feel like I can just have both these bags and just cram everything forever in them. I bought this bag in the last area, unlike last time. Otherwise, there would only be the one bag available to us. But as you can see, he sells healing potions, which is going to be the main thing we use him for, and bandages. And just about all the buff potions you've seen in the game up to this point, including the alcohol. Which is why we're really not going to have that much use for him, because I don't use the buff potions. He does also sell ammo, especially long ammo. But now, if we go back down and talk to Annabelle...
Sorry, but I overheard some of your talk with the priest. Do you believe what he said? That there's a miracle remedy for any illness out there?
Note the tone in her voice when she's asking that question.
If it's true, can you consider giving it to me? I don't even want to imagine what will happen if I don't get rid of this cursed mask. Thanks. This must be enough for now. Good luck out there. Or do you need anything?
Notice how her tune with us changes, like, immediately. Which, you know, it's understandable. We are now her lifeline, and her only real hope of getting rid of her problem. So being a little bit nicer just makes sense. But it amuses me nonetheless. We should take this opportunity to rest and get that last bit of health topped back up and reset the shops. Since we're not going to be going back to a place we've already been, so the respawns won't matter.
Ah, you. Still doing dirty work for that skull on a stick?
Now. If it weren't for that skull on a stick, I wouldn't be here about to solve your problems. Yeah, I didn't figure she was going to restock with anything I really needed, but I was hoping, like, some gold ammo or something would have shown up. So it was worth a shot. And I don't care enough to go back up to the priest, because he's going to be much the same. I don't think he ever stocks anything particularly good. Again, aside from the buff potions, if that's something you find use of. You know, something I want to test. Nope, I can't put bags inside of bags. I was going to try to save that remaining space by just jamming the bag inside the other bag. I guess it is kind of a bag of holding situation. You'd break the universe if you put a bag inside a bag. There we go. So much more inventory space. Really makes strong back kind of unnecessary. That's the fort. We still need to get to the sawmill. We don't actually have a lead other than the riddle. And yeah, actually the riddle is not listed anywhere in here, so it's good that I marked that off. But you'll notice the girl is marked on the map because we were told more or less where she is, or where she was likely to have gone, but the bottle isn't marked on the map anywhere, because we don't have concrete information on that. We just have the riddle we were given, which was, for those that weren't paying attention, ye who art mortal and disease-ridden, enter ye shall the circle of earth. There a new life shall be given to one who has proven their worth. Now, there's nothing obviously circular anywhere around here, so we won't worry about that right now. I think I remember where we need to go for that, but again, we don't need to worry about that yet. We've got a long road to hoe before we need to worry about that problem. So fort's dealt with. Do I really want to go up to the sawmill right now? The answer to that question is kind of not really, because the sawmill kind of sucks. The sawmill gave me a real bad time when I was up there the last time we did this. I would rather be better prepared when we went up there. The problem with that idea is there's not that many other notable locations. I do remember where there's one other thing, but I need to remember where that location actually is. For now, there's these handful of buildings here we can go poke it around in and see if we find anything good. Which I think, yeah, that's the same handful of buildings we started to poke our way into and then got killed. So now that we got our feet under us a little better, let's see about making this happen. Watch out for that guy. He's watching for leeches, I think. Fortunately, by watching out for leeches, he's also watching out for us. Whoop. Well, this is just 8 layers of awkward now, isn't it? And he's going straight towards where we are, too. Which might work out, actually. Except he parked in a very awkward spot. Yeah. Nothing bad happened. Nobody saw that. Nothing happened. No one saw what happened to him either. The way we just keep getting away with that is insanity. I really should have gotten the stealth blessing to make this even stupider. But, well, you know, we're here. Give me that. Give me that. Oh, that's bad timing. Bad doggy. Ding, 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 ding. Separate him from his head. You see me. I don't know if this idea will work. Does he get close enough to the railing? No. I was gonna stab him from down there. Just reach up under the railing and just jab him. Beep 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 bop. Don't mind me, Death Roomba coming through. Beep. Let's get you before you happen to notice anything else I do. Ooh. And pop. That guy had a lot of ammo on him. Ooh, let's grab this too, because we're gonna need this in the future. And coming out and finding all of these is a pain. Because I seem to recall that I didn't bother grabbing them last time, and then I found out that I needed them for something. So I ended up having to scour the whole stupid map looking for them. So grabbing them when they're conveniently in sight is going to make my life a lot easier. Note the name on this. The Rougarous tongue. We'll get into that in more detail again when I find the note for those. Ah, you saw me do that, huh? That's unfortunate that you saw that. Ah, more accurately, it was unfortunate for him. Just look at that. He's propped up so nice. Nobody would even have known that anything happened to him. But the other guy saw the arm come out and ruin his friend's day, so he had to do something about it. Not that doing something about it worked out for him, but, you know. I respect the effort. Ooh.
Hope it's not cursed.
I mean, corrupted, cursed, very similar words. I don't know what you're doing here, but you're not doing it anymore. Hi. I don't know how it took him so long to figure out I was there. He was looking this way for some reason while standing in front of the corpses. That one's on him. I take no responsibility for that one. Like, there's just a certain level of oblivious that nothing can be done for. But we've pretty much wiped out this little fishing village area. That's from this guy. I'm so small, I hide behind a post. Ah. I'm invisible. You'll never see me. You'll never find me. Nah. Nah. You gonna ever turn or do anything? Really isn't, is he? There he goes.
You better stay dead, pal.
Remember how I said there weren't going to be that many ghosts around? Well, there's a few. There's like 2 areas, I think, that have a bunch of ghosts, and then there's none anywhere else. There is one thing I forgot about ghost-wise around here. And you probably just saw him for a second there. Which is a slight problem. I say as I just casually pull my spirit protection item out. Nothing wrong, everything's fine. Totally not concerned about this situation at all. Not loading gold bullets because I'm worried or anything. Because that is a ghost gunslinger. I don't know if headshots work on them.
Stay dead, pal.
There we go. They're not too bad,
Gone with the wind.
but they're a lot less bad when you just destroy them immediately. Yeah, wraiths. Just gonna finish loading the gun, then I'll loot the body. There we go. Hey, they replaced some of the bullets, just not the right type of bullets. If I'm honest, the gold bullets were as much for the regular ghosts as they were for the wraith. Just out of an interest of not having to chase them around. Is that a good use of gold bullets? Not especially, but I didn't have my silver ones with me. Yeah, that's the fort. And there's no reason to go back into the fort. For those in the know of this chapter, I'm looking for a kind of like treehouse area that I remember finding out in the swamp. Because there was something there that was very nice, and I would like to have it again. Notice the extra thing that popped up, by the way, the, like, spooky eyes in the bushes? That means I'm in enough cover that I'm harder to see, which is why he hasn't spotted me yet. But if I move, he's gonna spot me, like, instantly. So I'm hoping he's gonna turn around at some point. In the end, it's just the one of them, so I could just run up and shank him and be done with it, but there would be high odds of me taking damage. This way, we take no damage. It's not a real plant. There's also another enemy type out and about out here somewhere. That could be somewhat useful.
I'll save this one for later. I may need it at some point. You never know.
Grab this. Actually, yeah, get back in the bush for a second. Again, the cursed liver, for those wondering, does a bunch of stuff if you drink. So, again, it pairs with all of those buffs you can get quite nicely. But you'll notice it makes you bleed if you're drunk, and it can't be removed while you're drunk. So you kind of shoot yourself in the foot a little bit with it. And take note of the first line on the Rougarou's tongue. Rougarous won't attack unprovoked. Very handy item to carry around. Highly recommend keeping it in your pocket. A hard, fleshy tongue torn out from some unfortunate Rougarou. Wearing it in a visible place should serve as a deterrent to any other beast of this kind who otherwise might have considered sinking their teeth into your flesh. They're worth more experience and they deal more damage, is a consequence on that, but it's not too bad a consequence. And of course, the description for the liver. Badly damaged liver. It is corrupted and has strangely colored stains. You can make an educated guess that its previous owner enjoyed a drink. Somehow you crave alcohol now. A lot of it. Toss that in the bag. Toss these in the bag. Otherwise, I think we're good. I'm not gonna put all of that stuff away because otherwise I'm gonna have to fish it all out to sell it. There's another Angel's Halo over there. And one right there, too, actually. Because I don't think there's, like, a set amount of them on the map that you have to find all of. I think there's just... you have to find X amount of these to do something. So I'm just gonna stock them all up in my inventory. You back at the storage for when that pops up. Or I'm just remembering completely wrong and we don't need them for anything and they're just there. But I feel like that's a thing. Just like this place is a thing. Is this a thing I actually want to get into right now, though? I'm here. Oh, wait. This is a very bad place to get into right now, actually. But again, I'm here, so... hold that thought 1 second, though. Just quickly do that. And those that have been paying attention know exactly why I did that. Hi. Goodbye. He's not gonna die to that shot is the problem. But he's not seeing me, so we just won't push my luck.
Hellish spawn.
Now you might be wondering, gee, I wonder what that pit's for. That. There's just a party in the pit. But you know, they're gonna have a pit party. Wait, did I sell the... no, I didn't. There it is. I was gonna say, did I sell the other dynamite? If so, I'm gonna be very sad. Let's send a nice little party favor down on in the party pit, huh? Here you go, kids. Have fun. Ta-da! No more party pit. And for those that are looking to get the kill 5 enemies with 1 stick of dynamite achievement, There's a great way to do it right there. Because there's always a ton of drowners in that pit. And there's like no way you can screw that up, really, unless you sit there and let them all detect you. But you'll notice it's designed to have a path to go down there. Because there's a chest buried in that pit. Right there. It's also very profitable to blow up all of those drowners, though, because they all drop items. Wow, he ended up in a weird spot. Yes, I know the chest's there, game. Give me a second. I'm cleaning up. And remember, you can respawn enemies in this game, so if you want to make a ton of money, you just keep respawning this pit full of drowners over and over again. All it takes is buying one stick of dynamite, which is like $40, and then you come back out with like triple that at a minimum. If you've got the magpie bonus like I do right now, you come out with a bunch of gold nuggets too. All in all, it's a very good plan. It's not like the most mega efficient plan in the world, but it's not a bad idea. You'll note we're hearing a new noise, which may or may not be audible on stream, but it's because there's a new enemy around here somewhere. I'm not actually entirely sure where he is. He's around here. There he is. Remember the skin collectors that we saw the note for right at the beginning of this area? Yeah, that's a skin collector. Complete with the big metal helmet and everything. They are very durable. Like, they are one of the nastier enemies in this area.
Right on the mark.
And conveniently... No, he didn't actually drop his Molotov. I'm now wondering if you could pickpocket the Molotov off their belt before you kill them to ensure that you get it. But, as you might imagine, a bit of fire will help our situation with Big Boy. There he is. Oh, he is spotting me rapidly. And the other guy spotted me. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I fucked it up bad. Oh, fuck me. That's worse. Hello. So yeah, all of that went kinda wrong. Could have gone a lot worse. At least I didn't set myself on fire or fall off of anywhere particularly bad or anything. That definitely let the neighborhood know I'm here, but it's okay. They'll forget. Hi. And that's why you don't let skin seekers see you for very long if you can help it. You'll note I got hit twice from most of my health. 2 shots dead.
I have a rendezvous with destiny.
But yeah, that's why I put the coin on, because I knew that the big guy was in there. And every time I've toyed with those big guys, I've lost. Unless I went in way overkill heavy immediately on him.
Tired of this place. Everything's either rotten or moldy. The few chairs and beds we have are on the verge of collapsing.
Mm-hmm. Why is there a prompt saying I got her something? Her?
The place people call Fort ain't really it. Well, not anymore. Been years since any military resided in this area. Their old place got picked up by a local gang. Actually, this is kind of funny. Their leader used to be in the army but got kicked for some reason.
Let's see what happens with this.
How sweet of you. It's beautiful and smells just as it looks. I'm sure it'll make living here a bit more bearable.
Oh,
Thank you.
she's what the angel halos are for. I guess I just give her all of them and eventually something happens. That golden key wasn't in her inventory before. Give me that. So that'll be useful. Maybe that's the thing, is I give her a bunch of them and then more things open up in her inventory. And no, I'm not asking for somebody to answer that question. Just in case anybody's like, well, I know the answer. It's like, well, that's great, but shh. I don't want the corrupted liver. I suppose let's see what happens if I give her another one.
Once I saw fire coming from behind the sawmill. My old friend, a good doctor, lives nearby, so I tried reaching him to see if he is okay, but I couldn't reach him. Road was too dangerous. Spill it. What is it?
Oh, never mind.
I see. Well, thanks for thinking of me. It's nice of you.
So I guess there's something else in that chain and I just don't have it yet? I don't know. Because the thing is, it makes me wonder, why are there so many of those angel halos if you only need to give her one of them? I'm sure there's something to it. We'll figure it out. Or we won't. Let's go ahead and put this on for now so we can start adding value to it. Unless maybe it's a matter of I'm supposed to then give her 2 of them?
Alligators? Oh, really? Something for
Nope.
me? Oh,
Sorry.
No, pearls to match my eyes? It's okay. Don't push yourself too hard.
Oh. Okay, so that isn't the answer either. That is dialogue I don't think I heard last time, though. Because I think I always put them away before opening any dialogues with anyone, so I never actually noticed that there was an interaction. Go and just chuck that in there for now. Ditto with this. We'll start stockpiling the large ammo. And I assume I don't need to keep the key in the main inventory. If we see something that needs a key, we just pull it out of the bag. And I could start carrying this around with me, the Hermit Stick. Because it does a bunch of damage. It makes enemies that are hit by it weaker. And I do generally only break the Decapitator out when I actively need a shotgun for a specific purpose. So I could just replace the Decapitator with the Hermit Stick. Because the only advantage the Decapitator has is the fact that it heals you on headshots. But the Hermit Stick has a longer effective range and 5 more damage. So yeah, I think we'll sell the Decapitator. The only big perk to it being that it fits in the secondary slot. Because we are going to have to put the Hermit Stick in here in order to be able to contain it. But that's what we have these bags for, is for carrying big things around that we can't fit otherwise. Is in a reasonable capacity. Because I could, like, move around with the Orb of Night and the Hermit Stick as a setup, or Hermit Stick and Knife. the only reason I say that is because the lever action's kind of becoming not productive anymore. That's why it was 20 plus 20 before, as I had the gold ammo loaded in it. That's why the confusion earlier. Okay, now I get it. So let's try that theory. Go ahead and put the lever action away for now. I'm not going to sell it because I don't want it to come back to bite me that I got rid of it, because we can't buy a new one. And I do know there's a unique rifle somewhere that will start being a lot better. But this does more damage, so it's probably at this point a better call to use. The only thing is the same issue we've had in the past with the revolvers, where my accuracy is not quite as good with them. And they do have a shorter range, so I do need to keep that in mind. Though the main use for the carbine had been for me to snipe with. I don't have anything else to get rid of. No, not really. I'm curious how the hammer fanning works. I assume it's just going to be hold the fire button because there wasn't a separate button for it. But I'm not going to test it in a vacuum because I don't want to waste the ammo testing it. We'll just find a not as threatening target and test it on that. So honestly, if I get cursed right now, it's not the end of the world because we do have one of those purple revival potions to get rid of it. So it'll work itself out either way. Let's actually go towards the sawmill, though. I'm not saying that as a matter of we're going to the sawmill right now. I'm just going to head towards it because there are things on the way to it that may be of interest to us. So there's the village we wiped out over there. I guess you can't really call it a village when it's like 2 buildings, but it's the easiest terming for it. There's these folks wandering around. These big bully boys. You'll note the fact that they spit leeches at you. So this gun's working, just not ideally. And I also did not realize there was that many of them over there, or I would have been a lot cleverer about how I approached that. But yeah, those are cultists. They're bad news. But let's give them the good word of the hermit, shall we? See how this works out. Because what I can do is creep up on one, stab him, switch to the hermit, and blast his friend. Freaky. Oh, he didn't die. So that was a bad call. I tried to drink the potion, but it doesn't come out fast enough when you're down to 2 health and bleeding out. So yeah, cultists are bad news.
That was brief.
Yeah, you know, we weren't out there long. That is actually true. Yeah, there we go. There's the purple revival. That's the other reason why I wasn't gonna worry too much about that fight, was to just quickly show off how those work and then get rid of the curse so I don't have to think about it anymore. So the Hermit Stick also did a pretty good job. One of the shots were too far, And it still dropped the guy with regular shells, so those will do the job. Definitely not something I should use out in the open field, which is not a shock considering it's a shotgun. That's gonna be for tunnel fighting and in building fighting. And fanning the hammer actually worked pretty well, so I'm with it on that now. I wasn't sure how to feel about it yet, so that needed proving. This is basically turning into the ammo bag. Ammo and consumable. I don't have another healing potion, do I? Not on hand, no.
I can't wait to get this mask off. I'm gonna eat a whole roasted pig and drink a bottle of wine to celebrate.
Yeah, there is no mouth hole on that mask. Yeah, I can imagine that you probably can't eat very well with that on. But I presume that it's magic and you don't need to worry about eating right now. Yeah, she seems to just have golden keys in her inventory all the time now. So let's go ahead and grab another one of those. I don't think I'm ever going to need more than 2 of these at any given time, but having a spare one so I don't have to remember to buy it immediately is going to be nice. You want to be careful about what you're doing when you die sometimes, by the way, because occasionally there'll be a glitch where you'll end up with your mouse input being kept when you die, so you end up just perpetually firing or drinking or whatever you happen to have selected, basically, can end up getting wasted. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. That is a bug I do need to make sure people are aware of. I don't know exactly how it happens in order to be able to replicate it, but I've had it happen more than once, so it's not a completely isolated incident, but it has something to do with hitting an input too much when you die or something like that. Something along those lines is where the issue comes from. Like, I think the input buffer just gets stuck or something of that type. Usually just like quickly opening a menu or resetting the game right quick fixes it well enough. You don't even have to like close the game, you just need to like save and quit back to the main menu and then go back out. Which does mean a load screen, but it's not a major ordeal. I am on the right path, okay. Yeah, because there's the dead cultist. Now, it's worth noting, though, that we didn't kill the one we sneak attacked, either. These guys are tough enough that that doesn't work completely.
Here's some friendly advice. Get back up.
Okay, so not ideal, but we can deal with them. We just need to aim a little carefully.
One and done.
Oh, there's another one.
This hurts. Juice to ashes.
I needed to get rid of him because if I used the bandage to get rid of the bleeding before he was dead, he was just going to hit me with another leech, and I was going to be right back where I started. Okay, everything is fine. And we gained a level, which will help a bit. I need to start getting gacha. I know I mentioned that before, but if we're going to be using the revolver more, I need that extended headshot range. I need that extended headshot range desperately. Because that'll mean I don't have to worry as much about getting too close. Yeah, they drop teeth that are of a higher value than the monster teeth, but they don't stack. So, not ideal. You can also get Wendigo hearts and all kinds of crazy stuff from their altars, as you see here. And their camps usually have a good amount of stuff just laying about. We're actually gonna have to deal with a bunch of those if I find the place I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's the town. We're gonna have a reason to go here, I believe. So I don't think I want to toy with that quite yet. Because we'll end up with another situation like the farm where I go in there early and then realize I have to go back. So we'll just go on this way. Well, that was awkward. Straight fight it is then, huh? The other issue of using a revolver, not holding as many bullets in it, is it has the standard 6 shots, and I keep forgetting to check for that because I'm so used to the 15 shots of the rifle.
Raised from down below. Again.
You also can't interrupt its reloading as well. It can be interrupted, but it's just not as quick about it usually. Really need to start using the other tunnel out if I'm going to keep going that way. I believe there is also something up here, but I don't think it's something we want to deal with yet. Yeah, there's that guy. Let's not toy with him yet. I'm not even sure if there's anything we can do with him yet. Instead, actually, let's head to the south. So I think... yeah, I think the thing I'm actually remembering is somewhere in this island chain over here. Because it was out in the swamp. I remember that. Yeah, see that tree section up there? I'm pretty sure what I'm remembering is up there. And we should go get that before we get too much farther along. It shouldn't be too bad to get through and get what I want. Not any worse than anywhere else. Nobody here but us leeches. Promise. Where? Oh. Well, that works. I didn't even consider the fact that he would just go into the water. Is this what I was looking for? Yep. Buffalo rifle. We'll get into why I was looking for that in a second when I have a guaranteed clear place. There's also a chicken foot necklace, which sounds weird because it is weird. We should be okay for a second. But the buffalo rifle, as you see, 120 damage, effective range 35. It is a 1 bullet at a time weapon though. and it uses the long ammo. And the chicken foot's actually very good because it's the same thing as the Rougarou tongue, but it's for ethereals. So all the like green glowy ghosts and the wraiths and such. We also did a bit of killing, so this is worth a bit more, but I'm gonna stop bothering with that. Because it really just isn't worth it. Because we're dying too much to
That's a nice little
stack the value, really. For demonstration purposes, though. There's a nice target I want gone. Really would rather not use it on a drowner, because a drowner's a waste. Even a scallywag or such is kind of a waste, but they're more of a threat, so it's somewhat more valuable to use it on them. There's nothing but goddamn drowners around here, though. Notice how even without it being a headshot, straight to the floor with him. But it's not very fast to reload, as you'd expect. God, I hate the random head twitches they do. Because it makes trying to snipe them such a pain when they just occasionally just go eh, randomly occasionally.
Sleep now, forever.
Anyway, that's that dealt with. I also wanted to test to see whether the revolver would do enough damage. And it seems like it's alright for popping those guys now. And the fact that we could shoot them from up here tells me that the range increases are working well enough. Just keep collecting the teeth. Oh wait, no, these teeth are worth the same amount, actually. Huh. I thought the cultist teeth were worth more, because they had an actual effect. Huh. What do I know? But yeah, the buffalo rifle was the thing I wanted from up in the trees. I forget if the cultist cave is where the other thing I was thinking about was. But we are gonna... Basically, everywhere that has a name, you almost always have to come to at some point in the plot of the chapter. So I'm not gonna go in there yet. Just trying to remember where another really good thing is. There's a dead rue. Multiple of them. It's always kind of neat stumbling upon set pieces like this where you see a fight that happened. Like the horse got taken out and then a couple of rues got taken out, or vice versa. And some situation unfolded unfavorably for everyone involved. Fucked it up. Yeah, there we go. They die in one headshot from this. So that solves the drowner problem. Are we? Yeah, we're in an unnamed area, so I can go ahead and sift through this right quick. Farm's diary. These diaries are interesting. If these are the ones I think they are. Because they outline a situation that was happening out here. Snag farm diary copy 2. Whoop. Do you die in one headshot? You do.
Disgusting filth.
So that wasn't ideal. Oh, hello there. I'm not wearing the tongue. He's just distracted by the dead body. Because that's how those work, by the way. Is if they see a dead body, they start eating it. Thankfully, he was so focused on eating the corpse that he didn't realize we were there. Unfortunately, you can't, like, drag bodies or anything that I can remember.
Bullets, arrows, need 'em all.
There's farm diary number 3.
Ooh, this one.
I don't remember this. This black dagger has been coated in a potent poison that still keeps its properties. At times, the poison drips from the blade, forcing the wielder to exercise caution. Certainly anything damaged by the dagger will be weakened as the poison works exceptionally fast. No legends tell of this dagger whose steel is blackened by the poison that seemingly keeps flowing from the very core of this weapon. It's clear it's been used many times in the past and will be used many times more in the future. With you as its owner or someone else, the blade doesn't care who wields it. The blade just hungers. It does 2 more damage on secondary and 5 more on primary. And lowering enemy damage is nice, but I think I'll stick to my sneaking knife. I think I like that better still. Because it buffing my sneaking is very helpful for actually getting those stabs off. But if we look at those notes we found... Oh yeah, we also didn't look at the Drowner note, so we'll look at the Drowner note first. While brave in the pathless swamp, one must be prepared for anything and treat everything as a potential danger. That log over there could be an alligator. That tangle of sticks and moss may be a nest. That hand on your ankle, that's definitely a drowner. My theory is that every barren land has their own animated dead adapted to the environment, and the drowner seems to be proof of that. This discovery has many implications, but we should keep in mind that it is nothing more than an ordinary undead. In comparison to the animated dead, the drowners have adapted to swampy terrains by integrating leeches into their bodies. This allows them to spit leeches from their mouths, using them as a dangerous projectile. Now, the Farmer Diaries. This is definitely a fragment of a diary. Whoever wrote it had a steady hand but lacked practice. Nevertheless, the text is easy to decipher. Finally decided to follow my old pa's advice and started this journal. Heaven knows I have no love for quill and ink, but writing things down should help me with this whole farming business. Well, Pa, here it is. Hope your soul smiles from on high looking at me taking up your mantle. Day 1, fed the chickens. Day 2, fed the chickens again. Day 3, fed the chickens. One of them killed a lizard and ate it as well. Day 4, day like any other. Fed the chickens, scared a fox away. Lots of eggs coming in. I must be good at this after all. Day 5, had to take a leak last night. I could swear I saw a shadow moving inside the coop. Fox or worse, I thought. I rushed in, but nothing was there, only startled poultry. Maybe it was nothing, but I'm still thinking about it. And it's past noon already. Better feed the chickens, they're hungry again. Day 6, I must be dreaming. I had to I pinched myself, but I still see it. All the eggs, they hatched all at once. I've never seen anything like this before, and I'm son of a farmer. Now a farmer myself. Some of the chickens are odd. Don't know how to explain it. They look fine at first glance, but the more I stare at them, the weirder they start to look. I must be tired. Day 7. The new chickens eat like buffaloes. I will run out of grain soon. Supplies that were supposed to last for a few weeks are almost gone already. This isn't normal. Day 8. I ran out of things to feed them. They now stare into windows. Sometimes they don't do anything else, just stare. Thinking about it gives me the creeps. Day 9. The damn chickens are on a rampage. They killed a fox. Not just killed it, they tore it apart. Only tufts of fur remained. Day 10. They started attacking each other now. They're culling the weak and eating them while they still breathe. I've seen enough. Tomorrow I'll kill them all. So yeah. Evidence of the curse starting to kick in around here. It started with the chickens. Dun, dun, dun. I think there's another note somewhere. I forget if it stops at note 3 or if there's a 4th note detailing how it didn't work out. Or if it's just implied that it would obviously have not worked out if he's going to try to kill a bunch of chickens that took down a fox and ate the fox.
Pile up. Pile up. Trench.
Got him. Hey, look, they died together. Good for them. There's another tongue. Free tomahawk. Which is the other reason why I didn't bother buying any, because I was pretty confident there was somewhere I could find them around here. There's a chicken head. Can only imagine how that got there. This being one of the only places where it would actually make sense for there to be one. Yeah, those look like normal eggs to me. In fact, there's a hole in the fence is a little weird, but there's been monsters all about, so who knows what could have happened there. Now, the only thing that doesn't make me draw too much conclusion from the whole chicken situation is I don't remember there being any chicken-like monsters. Like, there's some dead chickens there, all missing their heads. Like, I think it's just a case of, like, exceptional viciousness and weird behavior was all the thing with the chickens here. Again, most likely a byproduct of the curse that was washing over the land. Oh, wait. There we go. Farmer's Diary 4. I thought there was a 4th one. Day 11. I did it. I killed them all, one by one with my axe. Will never again have any chickens on my farm. Not after what I've seen. Day 12. They're alive? I see them through the window. They're headless and yet they still walk around. I can spot weird black shapes like centipedes made from darkness moving inside their necks. I'm afraid to go out. I'm so afraid. Ah, I hope you'll welcome me by your side in heaven. I'm coming. So yeah, that's what was wrong with the chickens. They had some kind of evil parasites in them. It might even have been the same leeches we've been dealing with around here in an earlier form. They might have also just been possessed by pure evil. Who knows? Got lots of options with that one, unfortunately. Now you're looking right at me, huh? How about you don't do that? Now we do have a bit of an awkward situation here. Let's try that idea. Because it was typically taking 2 shots to the head to kill them. So in theory, gold bullets should allow me to headshot them and drop them in 1. If I didn't miss the head. I think I wasn't even making contact. I screwed this up bad. And now you get a real good look at their faces, too. Their whole head is replaced with leech.
No stopping me now.
So yeah, that's a thing. This is a good opportunity to get rid of all this crap, though.
I know that look. You wonder how I managed to eat or drink in this mask? I manage. Thank you very much.
I mean, I did question that earlier, so I guess that's a fair call. Good chunk of money for the knife. We are gonna run out of storage space to put all these notes and things away. Considering I'm also storing other things. And I guess the farmer notes I don't really need to keep, but I'm gonna... I like keeping the lore things around. Even though, like I said, they are basically extraneous. Go ahead and give me back the dynamite. I don't think we need the eyeballs at all anymore. I think those can just go. I'm considering getting rid of the bow entirely as well, because I think I'm just not going to use it. As much as I would like to, it just is too far behind at this point. Considering it only does 21 damage and has a lower effective range than the rifle. The only advantage it has is it's quiet, but quiet won't help if the thing you hit is still alive and really angry about it. So I think we'll sell that off to make space. And hope we just get a better bow somewhere in the future so I can actually do that.
So many
Which technically we
riches.
did.
Ugh. Can you believe I once saw a man shooting these ugly bugs from his hand? Ugh, gross.
Speaking as one who got one of those bugs thrown at his face, yes, I can believe that. This also gives us a chance to test out whether the tomahawks are worth it or not. Since we got one for free, we can test it. We'll put the knife away. I'm gonna keep the buffalo rifle. That's gonna have to stay in the main inventory. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna get rid of these, so... Lady, where'd you go?
You again. What is it this time?
Yeah, I'm getting sick of talking to you over and over too, but... Unfortunately, you're the one who buys things that I don't have to climb all the way up to talk to. Yeah, the thing is, the crossbow's damage is high enough to do some good work. And don't think about that any further right now. I don't think you have anything useful to add at the moment either. Just chuck that on there for the second. Just trying to make sure that these bags are in some form of order. Yeah, you don't quite fit. So we have to do that, which is fine. It still gets the knife out of the way. The axe will also fit in there, so need be, if the tomahawk does work out, but I still need the knife, we can make that work inventory-wise. Yeah, I can't test it in the safe zone. Okay, they fly as you'd expect a tomahawk to. Maybe for some wild reason, now the 50 damage would have to be the throw then. Because that's the secondary attack damage. It doesn't have a ton of range though, which is probably why... Okay. Huh. That might actually work then. Gotta go find an actual target to throw this at and learn, though. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to reliably get headshots with this. It's gonna be the only concern. If I can get the arcing down properly, this will be great. But until then, I have some suspicions. There's another one of the angel halos. Started by a bunch of you jerks. And the other problem is going to be I'm going to get to throw one. Unless I go buy extras. I throw one and then I have to get it back if it's retrievable. Yeah, see, that's about the result I was afraid of with that. Especially since I forgot to reload the damn pistol.
Feeling a bit light.
Well, so that Tomahawk's lost now. This is exactly the results I was afraid of. I did not account for the fact that I would have been an idiot and not had the pistol loaded. That one's on me.
Is it never too late to atone for one's sins? Even for a filthy undead like you.
You just don't call me that ever again. Oh yeah, there's the Avenger pistol as well. Which is slightly better than the orb in terms of direct damage. But for 900, I don't think I'll bother. I think I'll just save up for the Rattler. Down the hatch with the healing juices. Glug glug. And I could wait and let more curses pile up, but I just would rather not. And the Tomahawk experiment,
Again.
I think, was okay. I don't think I'm gonna bother, though. It just leads to too much extra inventory management. Oh yeah, all the things are in here. I'm just gonna pull them all out right quick and see if there's a reaction to me having all of them.
I know that look. Oh, really? Something for me?
Nope.
Oh, really? Shame.
So what are the rest of them for? Or was it just... Or are there just so many of them around so that you're guaranteed to find one to give to her? I don't know. I may end up looking that up at some point. Or we just start offering her random things we find and see if she has a reaction to it. One of the two. We are low on healing potions, though we should probably buy some more of them from the priest.
Sadly, no one leaves.
The only problem is he doesn't have that many of them at once. So I'd have to keep resetting a bunch. I forget what his blessing does.
Blessing, where are you? Of course, my child. I can bless thee in the name of our Lord and Holy Spirit.
As you can see, he's not a very good priest.
I require just a small donation to show your devotion.
He's good at that part. Sure, I forget what his blessing does.
In the name of our Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, let their guidance find thee. May the light protect thee from evil. Done. Holy work. duration of one day. Come back after that time to renew the blessing. May you walk in the light.
Not gonna lie, the skull over there does a much better job than you. His last until I die. Yours are just one day. What's this holy crap do, anyway? Oh, good. You've been blessed by the priest. You have no idea what it does. Maybe the result depends on your faith? I mean, it's called the Faithless Blessing, so maybe repetition makes it better or something, but I'm gonna disregard that in the future. That was a waste of $100. Like, most likely. We have the one more healing item that I wanted. Guess it's back out we go. I say as I immediately run into a closet. Where was the other exits? Already forgotten where the other exits were. Which is why I always run out the same one, because oh yeah, all of the other ones require going upstairs, that's why. Right, I remember now. Basically means we're just gonna go back out the same way again. Wait. Is there any ammo in this thing? There is. I wonder if this actually ends up meaning anything, or if that's just so you can be a creep. Probably just so you can be a creep. We did get a free exploding bolt. That said, if we ever find the priest standing in there, I'm gonna shoot him. I can't actually shoot him, but I'm gonna think about it really hard. Yeah, you know, I think it's just quicker if I go out the same door I always do and then go around, rather than doing that entire loop trying to remember where that is. Now then. You see why I didn't want to go up to the sawmill by now, probably, considering how much trouble we've been having even getting to it. Discord, why are you freaking out? Ah, okay. Okay, you'll notice the timer on the blessing is already ticking down rapidly. I think we spent the money on that once last time we did this, and the same reaction happened. Like, oh wow, this sucks. There's the town, so I've trended too far that way. I mean, I guess I could go stick my nose into town even though I shouldn't. A lot of them have respawned. Actually, yeah, this will be a good idea to have out because I can use that to speed up my sneaking. Let's go deal with this guy that killed us and see if we have any better luck once we get onto the other side of the bridge. Bunch of Garus over there. I don't remember where the note for those things are. I keep putting off explaining the situation with those because of that. Yeah, just for demonstration purposes. See? They don't care. So if you wanted to ever get a look at what horrifying abomination these things are, there you go. You can get a nice close look at the fact that they are very clearly undead because of the open sides, and they've got people faces. Thankfully, we can just murder them for free, basically. Oh, you can get the first one for free. The second one hurts a lot. But they give bonus experience when you have the tongue, so it's worth doing that. Just don't screw it up like I did there, is basically the idea. It's worth noting, I don't know if multiple of them stack. So I don't know if having multiple means you get even more experience, but also take even more damage. But it makes it easy to loot this coach if you have the tongue. As you notice, the skin collector there just has a pile of these as pets.
You won't be missed.
Okay. So that didn't go ideally. That obviously could have gone a lot better. In hindsight being 2020, I should have taken the perk that gives us more healing from bandages. Because with that, and the fact that we need to deal with bleeding so much, we would have been profiting heavily as far as bandages go. Because we almost wouldn't need potions anymore, with bandages healing extra. But you do want to get up on top of this carriage, from what I remember. There's a free Avenger pistol. I could have swore there was something better than that up there, but it's still not bad for free, all things considered. Since it is a slight improvement over the pistol we're using. We lose the faster reload and the extra experience, but that's honestly kind of fine for having 2 more bullets and more damage. And I believe these shoot a little bit better, or from what I remember. Like, I seem to recall having less issues using these. I don't know why the gun went weird after the first shot. I might be remembering a problem with them suddenly.
Again.
Let's step outside and test that for a second, shall we? Because I feel like there's something about these that I forgot. Yeah, they shoot a lot slower. Or don't they? Yeah, they do shoot slower. Never mind, we'll keep the Orb of Night. It shooting slightly better is not worth the length of time it takes between shots. I am going to quickly waste ammo for a second to test something else, though. Because they have a hammer on them, but can I fan fire these since they're not technically a revolver from the look of them? If I can still fan fire them, then they're fine. Nope, I cannot fan fire it. So that's a never mind to that idea, then. At least not unless I find a much better one. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. That is very unfortunate, but I'm glad I didn't end up spending 900 just to find that out. We are instead just making a profit.
Alligators? Nasty creatures. But their skins are useful. Teeth can be used too, right? Still, wouldn't want to visit a farm with those animals. Place must be real awful by now.
Oh yeah. We'll be getting into that problem in a bit here. Admittedly, I had hoped that the buffalo rifle was going to do more damage to the big boy than it ended up doing. That's one other issue we had there. We're halfway to getting the Rattler, though, so it won't be too bad. The problem is the Rattler's the same kind of gun. So it's going to have the same problem, but it is stronger. And for 8 more damage, it's worth the speed difference. I just gotta remember that that's a problem. It's either that or we just buy the Glove of Weirdness or something. Is if we combine the take double damage from ethereal enemies with this one, we don't have to worry about ethereal enemies because they just won't attack us. So it sorts itself out. Though, the hat is probably a much better idea than the glove, because it gets rid of weapon sway entirely. The fact that there's an accuracy amount listed anywhere, though, implies that that's why my shots have been weird with the revolvers, is there is a undisclosed accuracy stat, where there is some drift to your shots. So it might actually be in my best interest to save up for the Old Faithful hat, regardless. Is it'll get the effective range of the Orb of Night up to 30. We get headshot healing, so we, again, are replacing the Decapitator another way. Gets rid of weapon sway, which is fantastic. And it just straight does 20% more damage. Which isn't huge on 30, but it'll be better than nothing, because it basically means it'll do, I think, as much, if not more, than the Avenger pistol? That's math I'm not gonna do in my head right now. Yeah, 20% of 30 is 6. That's what I was figuring. By that. So yeah, that'll make that do 36 damage instead of 33 of that. And we keep the higher speed. Without this existing, the Avenger and the Rattler would be better weapons. But I think in this situation, if we get the hat, then the Orb of Night will become the better weapon for us. That is, of course, barring finding any other rifles or anything along the way. So if we find something good enough in that mean, then we would have no reason to buy the hat, almost. Aside from getting rid of the knife as our secondary. But then you end up running into ammo redundancy issues instead. So it really isn't the best plan on the whole, but it'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and pull out some of our fire bullets, and we'll start using those as a supplement to get us past our problems at the moment. Because the issue we're running into now is enemies are just too tanky. I can't guarantee to get rid of them on a sneak shot right now. It's the same problem we ran into with things like the Wendigos and such. I needed something that'll take them down quickly. Which the good shells and the Hermit Stick would do the job, but I have to get closer than I would to set them on fire with the Orb of Night. Oh yeah, actually, duh. I don't even need the Calumet anymore. There's a 50% chance for spirit attacks to miss. Doesn't matter if ethereal enemies straight up won't attack me. We'll just put it back in the bag for now. We'll fix that the next time we're back in the building. There's no point in running all the way back to fix that right now. I'm gonna try something. Because there's another bridge to the sawmill over here. Let's try going around that way instead. Because we already grabbed the thing that was on the cart. And I don't think there's anything else of major interest there. I mean, we still have, like, packs of Garus to worry about. We're wearing the tongue, so it's okay. And just get past those. What's the score, kids? How you doing? Oh yeah, this is where the Wraith was, though, isn't it? Because I remember explaining about those. So I do only see the two ghosts, so maybe not. And they're fine as long as they don't spot me. Even if they spot me, it's fine. Just, it would be nicer if they didn't. We could also just cross the water itself if I really need to. And it's not even that I'm afraid of those, it's just genuinely not worth it. Oh, great. Similar situation here. If necessary, set Fat Boy on fire. Given the amount of enemies around here, it may in fact be necessary. So let's just deal with him straight away then, shall we? Burn for your sins.
Here's some friendly advice. Don't get back up.
Oh, apparently that counts as provoking the Rougarous, though. I didn't attack them. Purposely didn't attack them. There we go. So do remember the thing I said about killing them netting extra experience. But I wanted to be able to safely swap my ammo before thinking about doing anything like that. So if I really want to cheese the system, I could stab one, run away, stab the next one, wash, rinse, repeat.
Can't say no to such a curiosity.
Yep. I gave them a feast, so they'll be occupied. Let's just not deal with them right now. Oh, there's another big boy down in there as well, so I'm glad I didn't do that. I remember having a really bad time on this bridge now that I look at this situation. We died here a bunch. And nearly fell down with Big Boy, too, which would have been terrible. Once again, that tiny bit of weapon sway is enough to really ruin my whole day.
Some bandages.
Wow, you guys tracked really well, huh? I don't know how they tracked me that well. Usually enemies aren't that smart. But they just held attention the whole time, apparently.
Heavy is the burden.
The place people call Fort?
We already talked about the fort. I've already forgotten the thing I was gonna do now. Oh yeah, get rid of the Calumet. That was the thing. Sell that. Technically, I should have just put it in storage rather than selling it, but honestly, I don't think I'm ever going to willfully reach for it again. It's a good thing you can't accidentally sell the bag while it's full. That would be such a tragedy. Hmm. If only I could just get more golden bullets. Because we're in that awkward position right now of I have the money for them, but we can't get them. I'm gonna pull the golden shells out and pop them in here with the shotgun. Okay. I made that adjustment just in case that the bullets only stack to 5 because I couldn't remember how much the big bullets stack. Yeah, 15. The fact that you don't get to fit that many of them in your inventory is the other reason why eventually I ended up not using the buffalo rifle much. Because while the crossbow doesn't do as much damage, you can fit a lot more bolts in your inventory than you could buffalo ammo. And you had a variety of types of ammo for the crossbow. Because I think there's even flaming bolts you can get. I've got a very stupid idea for getting to the alligator farm, to the sawmill. An idea that I think will bypass the majority of the problems we've been running into. It is definitely an idea that's going to be kind of reliant on how much stamina we have, though. Still have the tongue. Pardon me. You don't see me. Yeah, I know. Pant, pant. Oh god, I can't breathe. Not quite what I planned, but you know what? Let's try this idea. And since I'm not actually following through on my plan, what my idea was is I was going to circle around to the outskirts of the alligator farm, which is why I Freudian slipped the alligator farm when I was saying where I was going. It looks like we might be able to just island hop our way over there in a much better way than getting across that bridge, since the bridge is guarded. Not that over here isn't guarded, but we seem to just somehow have a more advantageous position here.
I have a feeling this will come in handy.
Still not sure if these flowers actually do anything in quantity, but I'm just gonna keep grabbing them. Since there's such a large quantity of them, I feel like they have to do something since they can't be sold. I just am not entirely sure what yet. Yeah, as you can see, we can just go right around that defensive mess that's up there. I just going this way. Because remember, this is a game that kind of thrives on you being a bit more clever rather than powerful at times. Good thing ethereal enemies won't attack me either. Otherwise I would have walked right into that and that would have been a bad time. Ooh, there's a boat over there though. Might be something neat in there. think the only leech that's in the water is the one that's over there. The ghosts don't care. Howdy, partner.
That's a nice little thing.
Don't get me wrong, there's some temptation to destroy the Wraith just to see if he drops anything else other than bullets. But I'm not that interested.
Just what I needed.
Go ahead and snag that. We'll find out in a second if that's a rifle or a shotgun. I think that's a rifle.
Oh, good. Ammo.
Because I think that's actually the one I was using when we were doing this last.
That's a nice little thing.
But I forgot where it was. Nope, that's another shotgun. Beautifully crafted and decorated shotgun. Wielding it makes you remember things, but those things don't come from your own life, but from someone else's. Someone who died like a hero. It mattered not how many of them there were, and it didn't matter he was surrounded from all sides. The only thing that mattered was that his family was safe, and he gladly paid the price for that. With each engaged enemy, 25% more damage and 5% faster reload speed. 90 primary attack damage and 11 meter range. Compared to the 75 on the Hermit Stick. In the same range, we will be trading the Hermit Stick for the Last Breath. Because that is clearly just a superior shotgun. Especially for what we will be using shotguns for in this game. Which is... things have gone to shit and I'm in a place where there's a lot of enemies. Is that I have to get through. We start blasting. We thankfully have some more golden bullets as well now. Not a lot more, but some more. And all without having to fight at all, because everything here is ghosts, and ghosts like us now. So, all worked out for the best. Ooh, more silver bullets on the roof. Oh yeah, there's also this. And this. This is about as worthwhile as the last one was, honestly. Just a bit more money. More silver bullets is always good, too, but...
Starting to run low.
I'm still sad that none of these hats have been real that we found.
It's never enough.
It really isn't. Notes on the Depths Hunter. In many regions of the Barren Lands, the local flora and the local fauna and the human settlers merged together and changed beyond recognition. Known by the locals as the Depth Hunters, these monstrous amalgamations of a human and an alligator lie in ambush in bodies of water, waiting for victims. Although they prefer depths where they are almost invisible to inexperienced passers-by, they will not shy away from chasing their prey on land. When they drag behind them their entrails like a tail, they look truly horrifying. The best advice for the hunters trying to deal with the Depth Hunter is hardly surprising. Do not step into the water. If you have to catch one, it is best to lure it on land where it loses a lot of its speed and agility. Good idea might be as well to avoid its field of vision, as even on land, these creatures may suddenly break into a mad charge. Now, I believe these Depth Hunters are actually what's labeled on the corpses as leeches. The like half alligator things that that were crawling at us in the water. As you can see, though, there's a lot of wraiths here, so if I came here without ethereal protection, this place would have been a bit rough. And I could still get this place to be really bad for me if I wanted to, by just starting to fire off shots at the undead. And I do have some silver bullets, so it wouldn't be a completely terrible idea but it wouldn't be a good idea. Oh wow, that is keeping pace with me very well, surprisingly.
Better bandage that.
I'll bandage it in a second, game. Okay, I lost him.
I'll need that.
And we accidentally found more loot, so this worked out, really. Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah, the specific description of it dragging its entrails as a tail is why I was like, you know, that's probably the thing we saw. And I didn't encounter anything else that would match that description when we did this before. Yeah, another free tomahawk's nothing to sneeze at. I didn't even realize there was an accessible below deck section here. Like, we'd already been in this part, but I didn't realize you could go all the way down. I'm actually a little disappointed in myself that I didn't even think to check that. Because, of course, it's a boat. Of course there'd be an accessible lower deck area. More importantly, though, we can get back to where I need to be. I saw you that time. I still see you, actually. Apparently just shooting near them provokes them. Okay. That explains why we pissed off the Rougarou before. Because I backed into it as a wraith while I was shooting.
Won't be stopped.
So that's a life lesson for us. Just because something won't fight you unless provoked doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want around it.
Monsters tend to lie in ambush under the surface of the water.
Now you tell me. Here, take this. As nice as it is, there's no reason for me to keep it anymore. Or compared to the other one. We are still climbing as far as money goes, it's just slower. Is a part of the problem is we're finding a lot of things, but it's also a lot of things I'm ending up keeping and or using. I'm gonna just put this away. We also have even less reason to keep the decapitator at this point. I could keep all of the named weapons I find and all of that, but I would need a bigger storage for me to want to do that. I've got too many other things I want to hang on to.
So many leeches.
It didn't even sell for that much is the sad part, but you also just find it in an open hole, so it's not overly shocking that that's how that works out. So how many of these do I have now? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I would have 11 if I hadn't given her one.
Alligators? Now, how sweet. I see.
Nope.
Well,
You know what? I'm just gonna quickly look it up. This is gonna bother me. Because I know I've looked up the answer before, so it's not like I'm spoiling anything for myself. I just won't tell you guys unless you want to know. Not been updated. could have swore I found an answer about this before, but apparently I'm not finding... And the only wiki I'm finding is not updated at all, so that's a dead end. Maybe it was a Steam guide that I saw. Just bear with me a moment, y'all. I'm going to find an answer for this, otherwise it's going to drive me crazy. Or Steam's going to take a day and a half to load anything. There it goes. This is a set of videos, so that is completely and utterly useless. Thank you. Huh. Interesting. I've learned that there are actually wraith spawns in chapter 1. And yep, none of these guides are helping, so I'm just not gonna worry about it. I did my due diligence to try to get the answer. I didn't find anything. Which is weird, because I could have swore when I played through this before that somebody had an answer about that. It's probably just so buried that it's gonna be a pain. So I just won't worry about that right now. I'll just keep storing them and we'll either figure it out in the future or we won't. Because at current pace, we're not finishing chapter 2 today anyway. Unless it's shorter than I remember, which I'm pretty sure is not true. Also, I should go get that curse cleared out. Because guess who just realized that that curse had finished filling out and his stamina's cut down in half? The guy who just started breathing heavy after running for 2 seconds. That guy. Where's the entrance? Already lost it. Amazing. I know I overshot where the entrance I left from was. I'm just circling around until I find one. It really doesn't matter which one I take. I just needed to get back inside.
So many late.
I forget if you... No, I have to go talk to the priest to get the purple revival. That's fine. What were you up to?
Prayers, and I still
Yeah. Wah, your needs. What a shame. There we go. Now we have our full 150 stamina again. All is right with the world. Brain had another thought, and it's eluding me. Because the thought was incomplete. Do I not have silver shells anywhere? I do not. Nope. Neither shells nor bullets stored anywhere in silver. Okay, so the good news is we've made some forward progress and gotten something useful. The downside is we're still missing quite a kind of random coin by opening my inventory at the right time. Yeah, we're still missing a way to get us to the sawmill. I think the path I was taking when I ended up finding the boat is probably our winning strategy. I just need to not screw up. The other option is we could see if we can try to cross the water here and like sneak into the back of the sawmill. Because then we won't have to get into a straight up fight with some of what's going on over there. Considering we are kitted out pretty well for sneaking, that might be our worthwhile way. I seem to recall that the way I solved a lot of this last time was I had increased our health, among other things, and then became capable of handling some straight-up fights. But without getting more skill points, there's really not a way we're going to be able to do that. Though I really should start getting alive and dangerous at some point as well. If for nothing else but to get even more stamina, to run even more. It just gives us so much more maneuvering. I circled around too hard. There's another angel halo. Oh. Hello, officer. Don't mind me.
Fine addition to my collection.
We never did end up clearing this area over here out, did we? Pardon me. No, because the bed would have been marked off if we had. He shot a lot faster than they usually do, I feel. He just went bang, bang, bang in the time it took me to fire off a couple times.
No stopping me now.
Oh, I think I did the thing. I think we might be slightly bugged. I'll know in a second. Nope, it didn't pop the you can't do this in the safe zone thing again, so we're okay. It would keep repeatedly popping it up if I had screwed up and gotten stuck. I don't need that many coins. You can have that one. Oh, now you stocked a purple revival. You did also stock gold bullets, so I'm willing to forgive you. Once again, debating the crossbow, if anybody's wondering why I'm sitting here staring at this. It's the same range as the orb, though. No. I think we're fine. I just need to, again, stop being bad at this. I'm just so sloppy today, and it's getting me in trouble left and right. So I tried to be fancy and just pop him in the head and save ammo. What I really should have just done was just unload on him, like I should have. Because we have the ammo spare to get away with using fan fire. Sometimes. I can't just, like, fan fire all my problems away. And the other thing was I was trying to be cautious of the Wraith so I didn't aggro him behind me by firing too close to him. This fucking sway, though, is the worst. Because you'll notice it was swaying away from his head every time I went to pull the trigger. It would sway just as opposite as of where I wanted to be as possible. Is this the farm we cleaned out? Or is this another farm? This might be the farm we did already. Yeah, I think I died trying to get back to somewhere we had already been. Yeah, this is the chicken farm. Well, so that was pointless. And this is the problem with trying to go the long way around to go this way. But we hadn't been all the way down over this way. Not through the mountain here, obviously, but around where these guys are. He spotted me. I had no choice but to sprint if I was going to get away from that before it became a problem. Oh, this is a cultist area, isn't it? Because that's a church. And if I had run off this ledge, we would have been screwed. Because that's the edge of the map. If it'll even let me run off of that, which I don't know, and I don't really intend to find out right now. Just gonna be honest about that one. That just seems like a bad idea. We probably don't need the anti-rue thing right now. We haven't needed it for a little bit. This place is crawling with cultists, though, so let's do the smart thing, shall we? And prepare to deal with them a bit better. Yeah, it's not resoundingly effective. It's more effective, but not more effective enough to be worth the fancy ammo for it. God, it's so weird that those just keep on going. Reload first, stupid. Let's not have a repeat of the previous issues. I am capable of learning sometimes. Oh yeah, there's box boys here too, huh? Another Avenger pistol. Apparently the church is really all about Avenger pistols. Oh, I remember this place. Getting in here was a son of a bitch from the front.
Just what I was looking for.
Because there was all those box guys you have to get through to get in here. And I was having a hell of a time between the cultists and them. And there's the Rougarou note. There's the bed. Get a relatively safe spot here, too. So bloody scribblings first. Damn that priest, I knew he was influential, but I never expected he would force a whole squad to be his bodyguards on some personal mission. A unit of the church's finest guards now reduced to a muddied human shield, and for whom, under a cloak of faith, he barely hides his love for pipe and booze. And at the first sight of trouble, he just bolted. I don't even know when, as we were fighting for our lives, but he simply vanished. Now we're lying in pools of our own blood, barely alive. We fought as we should and vanquished those devils. Only I remain from the whole squad. There's an abandoned church nearby. I shall wait there for our brother. If God wills it, he will come there looking for help, and he shall find me instead. So yeah, that priest we saved, that's the same one. All the more reason not to like him. Another example of bizarre magic permeating the barren lands, the Rougarou, who looks like an unholy fusion of a man and some pseudo-canine beast, or simply it is an animal whose face bears an uncanny resemblance to a human being. It is necessary to catch more specimen for experimentations. A single Rougarou is hardly a challenge for a hunter. In fact, these creatures are rather cowardly and prefer to run rather than attack. The problem is that the Rougarou are rarely encountered alone. They tend to travel in packs, ranging in size from a few to even a couple dozen members. For this reason, it is recommended to avoid fighting them in open terrain. It pays to monitor their movements, as typically on a hunt, only a few members of the pack are actively pursuing the prey. The rest only act as a distraction. Interestingly, after the meal, the Rougarou are far less active. Feeding distracts them, so once the pack starts devouring their prey, it is much easier to sneak past. So, the reason why I said people might understand what a Rougarou is, well, how do I explain this? Nah, I just won't follow that thought particularly. The short version being, it's something to do with the root words in it. And I believe it's actually an existing mythological creature. Hello, Hermit Gamer, how you doing? Welcome in. Nice. What? How? Interesting. I closed my inventory and we ended up here. I don't know what I did. Did I accidentally click on something? I don't think we even had anything that would have teleported me, though. So that's interesting. I just got chucked out of the church. Which it sent me in the direction I wanted to go anyway, but I'm a little confused how that transpired. So that's a thing. I don't think I ever went on this steamboat when I was here before either. Just completely whiffed that, huh? That's grand. Yeah, I knew I was gonna pay for that idea. I can't say that I'm necessarily an enthusiast of it. I was trying it out, but I have an endless problem with the revolvers not being entirely accurate. And it keeps getting me in trouble.
Alligators? Nasty.
Fanning the hammer is fun, and it works quite well. It's admittedly not exactly great on the stealth side of things, but it is fun. Because this is the first time I'm playing it since all of that was added. Well, yeah, that's why I didn't use it when I was fighting the Distinguished Undead there. The problem was, it led to a whole situation because I can't carry everything I would love to have all at once. Yeah, no, for large targets, it's phenomenal. Provided the large target doesn't just clobber you before you get more than 2 shots off. I'm gonna see if I can make that weird situation happen again. So we had this note open. We opened this note and stared at it for a minute. We sat here on the menu for a minute. Nothing happened that time. Probably the church itself, then, that was the issue. Well, yeah, we've been working on building up the money to get that, but unfortunately, it's an arm and a leg to buy, so it's taking time.
I can't wait.
6,000 is quite a lot. Especially when you're not sitting there and farming. Which I've been avoiding doing so far, because it's just not that interesting to sit there and farm. Let's see. I was thinking about something else, and my brain has lost it. Yeah. The boots I've been torn about, because I've already got very good sneaking set up, so... Well, yeah, I'm just saying in order to get the money faster, farming would be the easier way to do it. Because otherwise you're basically cleaning out the map to have enough money for that. So what we saw was over here. Getting back to it's going to be kind of a nuisance. I guess I'll go this way and then cut back. Yeah, we're still in the relatively early stages of chapter 2, which is why I'm having as much trouble as I'm having. Yeah, when chapter 2 was still relatively new, I had scoured this entire map. Like, I had turned this whole place upside down. But it's been long enough that I forget where a lot of things were. So I'm avoiding going to some of the places I know that are relevant to the main quest, just so I don't go there twice. At least without needing to. But other than that, I've been trying to hit all of the other points of interest on the map. Which is also why I'm not dealing with all of the things in there. Yeah, I found the regular buffalo rifle. I know I've seen a unique one before, but I don't remember exactly where it is. But I'm pretty confident I'll run into it again in the process of doing everything I need to do. I'm just gonna sneak through this segment here. And then we'll get back to where that steamboat was. So I'm very curious about that because that whole section over there doesn't trigger any memory for me, unlike everywhere else in this place has. Oh, you're looking right at me. Yep. Yeah, I knew I was screwed on that deal. I shouldn't even have tried doing what I did there. But I also just accepted the fact that was going to be an aggravation for me either way.
Something wicked in this wake.
Because now we trigger that curse, we grab the the purple revival and we don't need to think about it anymore.
Alligators? Nasty.
Not that that one was that bad, because the bleeding one's honestly one of the easiest ones to ignore, or in my experience. There we go. But now I don't have to think about that anymore. Because I could just do the quest to get rid of the curse too, but purple revivals are just 180. It really isn't worth the effort. Okay. I haven't yet. Last time I did, and I'm starting to consider doing it again just because I am playing so sloppy. 'Cause I could be doing so much better than I am today, but tired brain is not the best at solving such situations. Because I prefer to stay light on health and aim for everything else. But this game doesn't entirely encourage that. There are definitely times where I feel like it does want you to have some buffer. Just because of how hard some enemies hit. Because they either... You end up in a situation of one of two things must then be true. You either make no mistakes, or you have that health buffer so you don't just get instantly destroyed. Is like, take the Skin Seeker rifles for an example. About three hits from those and you're gone. You take the first upgrade of health, you'll at least be able to take one more. Give or take. So it's a series of trades as to which one you actually want to do, or if you just sit there and grind experience in order to have more. And in the case with that, at Depth Hunter in the water there, I should have just not hesitated and looked at it. I should have just went in and ended it. Yeah, that's where I'm living now as well. The land of, oops, you died. Oops, you died. Oops, oops, you died. So I will say, there's a lot of things in this game you can just outrun if it becomes a problem. But again, it's a case of a situation where you need to then not hesitate. You either don't hesitate and kill, or don't hesitate and get the hell out. Those are your two choices. Okay, neither of them are looking, so I should be able to get through here without having to deal with them. 'Cause I just don't like dealing with those things. Deadly aim is good, I just don't care for any kind of, like, bullet time slow things. Is the only reason I haven't taken it, but it would be very good. Because I find, for me personally, it throws my aim off when the way things move suddenly changes, and I don't know if it actually affects your movement and theirs or not. Because time slow things like that can be weird. And without trying it, I don't know, but I don't feel like wasting the points to find out. God damn it. Hello, madam. Goodbye, madam. I'll get back to you in a minute. Bye. Like I said, sometimes running away is the much better option. Because none of what was chasing me can use ladders, so they're gonna lose me in a minute here. And I didn't run into the other guys, so we're fine. But now I'm in here, and everything's good.
Let me take a closer look.
'Cause your default speed when you're sprinting is very, very fast. Yeah, that does make sense. Oh, hey, Doom. How you doing, buddy? Sneak. This knife is still paying dividends even in this chapter. Sorry to hear that. Been a lot of that going around because, you know, it's December, everybody's having a bad time, but hopefully it gets better. I'm alive. I could be better, could be worse. Sleep has not been my friend. Business as usual. And yeah, to answer the other bit, thinning the herd is a vital part of this game, so your logic there is very sound. Yeah.
Diamonds are forever. Yeah, I am eternal.
Missed you too. I assume you've been having a lot going on, so I wasn't pushing anything on that one. I can't believe I didn't get this knife the first time I was playing this. Because I saw it and went, oh, that probably doesn't actually do that much. And lo and behold, it's been a godsend ever since I bought it. You appear to be stuck, sir. There we go. I had not considered the fact that the corpse might get him stuck and not let him through the doorway. That was great. So I was gonna bait him into the room and then just shank him. And instead, well...
The voices never stop talking.
She's really close, but I think she's underneath us. Ooh, a unique saber. I know I've never seen that before. Every missed attack causes bleeding. Yikes! This old saber must have seen a lot of battles, judging from its conditions. The blade is jagged and worn out, but still dangerous to everyone but both the opponent and its wielder. Maybe the previous owner was just lazy when it came to the maintenance, or maybe they met their demise after a long struggle. Either way, this weapon may still be useful in skilled hands. Yeah.
Small price to pay for the beauty.
I have taken to using whetstones now and then just to make sure that without a headshot it'll work on some things. Is, you know, you just happen to find whetstones around often enough anyway. But it's definitely a very good weapon.
Kill them all.
That's the plan, just not a fast process, because otherwise we die a miserable death. Oh. I also keep debating getting the crossbow back, because the crossbow has always been quite good to me, but inventory yet again. Well, yeah. It's just a good extra edge is the thing. This way you don't have to make sure to sneak around to get to the head. And it's a great way to account for any fiddle that the game may throw your way. Yeah. Which I don't even have maxed out Invisible Man, but 2 levels of Invisible and the knife lets you walk up on most things. But with the rest of that added on, you could probably go poke them on the shoulder and they won't even notice.
Take this with me.
I'm betting there's gonna be a safe in here somewhere. This seems like exactly the kind of place that would have a safe.
Take this with me.
Especially since we saw a Distinguished Undead. I've noticed that every place that has a safe has one of those.
What's this?
Now, that's not a guarantee, mind you, but the logic is sound. And I've got more than enough keys to open any saves I see.
Bullseye.
Yeah. They usually take long enough to do something that you'll get at least a hit in. I've had to do that with a couple things as well. Where they don't go down immediately and you just have to flail away with the knife for a second to sort it out.
Reduced to ashes.
I was debating the poison knife that's in this area as a replacement for this, but the stealth bonuses on this are just entirely too handy. Especially for somebody like me that doesn't have the boots yet. And especially considering the only benefit of the poison knife is that things deal less damage to you. Which, if you're doing it right, things shouldn't be damaging you in the first place. With me just creeping along shanking people, I probably should just put the brooch on. And there's no ethereal things in here so far. Yeah. Which, admittedly, there's enough bandages and such laying around that it's not the worst in terms of results there. But it's better to have any extra you can get.
Never know when I may need one.
Same reason I was using the decapitator shotgun for a while. Because you land a hit on the head with that and you get healed from that. So that has since gotten left behind. Wait. I thought I saw a prompt for a second there. Yeah.
I will need those.
I wouldn't be using the Orb of Night still if it weren't for the fact that the Avenger pistols and such shoot just so much slower, it feels. And you also don't get the revolver benefits with, like, the Rattler or the Avenger pistol. So, you're kind of stuck with the Orb of Night. As much as it's a good weapon, you do feel kind of penned in if you want to use that. Again, that's not saying the Orb of Night as a negative. That's just, I don't like limitations like that. But I also understand that they don't want to be giving you too many options either. So you're kind of stuck in a middle ground there. Well, yeah, the hat balances that situation out. Just takes quite a lot of money, as we talked about already. Money that I have not yet acquired. So I'm having so much trouble getting to the goddamn sawmill alive. That makes sense, yeah. Is the clock allows you to pause when you use the inventory. I considered getting that, but I also know myself well enough that I was going to end up wasting a lot of time fiddling because of it. So I purposely didn't take it just so I wouldn't sit there and do crazy amount of inventory juggle. This just really wouldn't be good for anybody to watch. Can't believe I did not find a safe in here. I must be missing something. Which is why you see me going in circles in here. It's like, I must have missed, like, a hatch or something. Because I also can't help but notice we haven't gone completely below decks yet. I don't think this is the bottom of the boat. Yeah. I do not mind doing the inventory management, just the combat inventory juggle was more what I'm like, not doing that. 'Cause I actually enjoy doing inventory Tetris. But it's one of those balancing acts to keep things watchable. You can't spend half the game staring at the inventory or people are going to get a little bored. I think we are done with the ship here. We did find a unique weapon and everything. Nah. I mean, it would be rough to do it in combat, yeah, but as long as you don't try to use your inventory in combat, which there's not that many reasons to do it, so it's fine. It just means you have to pre-plan rather than setting up a bunch of things on the fly. I think I'm going the wrong way for where I wanted to get to. Yeah, I am. So I want to get back out the other side of this and then cross the water to the sawmill from the back. And see if that works out better than the path we've been taking to get in there. I don't use any of the like alcohol buff potions or anything. Could that have helped me in a couple situations? Yes, but I don't know. I find using a lot of consumables like that to just be a lot of time consumed for no real benefit. But if it works for you, it works for you. That's definitely a personal choice situation. So all of those buffs end up turning into just money made for me. Okay, so this plan's not completely foolproof because we're gonna have a big alligator situation. But other than that, this plan's not bad. Yeah. Exactly. That extra sway means an extra second or two that could be the difference between life and death. I also need to find a better way down from here. We really didn't get much else on that. But I, of course, put it on right after I'd already killed everything on the boat, so that's not exactly a shock. Okay, I think we've got a clear path between all the alligators here. The sudden turn he did there almost cost me that one. There's something at the end of the docks, but I think it was just a couple regular bullets. I'm not that interested. Just gotta be very careful crawling around in here. I say as I immediately sit there and stare at somebody that's looking at me. Because I knew that guy was right there as well. I do have those in my bag. I just couldn't remember if there was any wraiths on my way in here. Which is why I swapped to the Ghosts Don't Get Me. So that was a good reminder to pull that. In fact, we're going to be indoors in here. So let's pull that out. Nah, against most of what we'll be dealing with in here, gold will be overkill.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed.
Oh, we ain't gonna be blindly blasting, but it'll be handy to have in case things go sideways. Which they almost certainly will at some point. That's my safety shotgun.
Gone with the wind.
Which is why the reloading gloves are gonna be handy since, you know, double-barreled shotgun. Just need him to get close enough that I can run up on him before he realizes I'm there.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
Oh yeah, he and all of his friends are dead. Not sure why they put a bunch of arrows in a cage. Arrows aren't going anywhere.
What's this?
Now we'll clean up all the bodies because the immediate area is cleared out. I'm a hoarder. That is my nature. So that's how I end up with like 4 rifles and a bunch of other things all in my pockets. That's also why I have 2 bags, though, is so that I can get away with doing that and not feel like I have no inventory. Yeah. I very rarely can't take things with me because of those 2 bags. They were seeing me through the hole in the wall. Ta-da! Yeah, I ended up not buying one of the bags in the first area, so that's why I only have 2. Which, slightly kicking myself hindsight-wise there, but...
Spicy.
I think there are 1 or 2 out in the wild. Yeah, I just haven't the slightest off the top of my head where they are.
Bullseye.
Yeah, I can't scoop my way over that. Or probably I can, but it's not worth the effort. Hey, kid. Yep.
Twin, go away.
I'd love to, but I'm stuck here because I have to deal with you.
Nothing. No, not yet. My doll's gone somewhere. Must find it.
Generally, dolls don't get up and walk away, but around here, I would absolutely believe it did.
Bullets, arrows, need 'em all.
Now, I admittedly don't remember exactly where the doll is, but I remember the doll isn't that hard to find.
Can sell it later, I guess.
And I could just pop the inventory open to grab things like that the easy way. But it's more fun to sometimes just scrabble over ledges and things trying to grab hold of things. Oh no, what happened to him? Oh, you figured that out already, huh? Well, that's unfortunate. I wasn't sure if he saw me enough yet or not. The meter got a little confused because of me stabbing the one who was detecting me originally. I could use one of these.
Yes.
Gatorhead. It's the axe that I definitely don't need and isn't worth bringing back to sell because it's worth bugger all. It's like, I could pick up literally everything that's nailed down. And to a certain degree, it would make sense in terms of money to do so as well. But that is more fiddle than I'm willing to do. Spooky doll.
Handy.
Like I said, the doll is not hard to find. Very cursed, but that's not our problem at the moment. Let's see. I also didn't end up needing the shotgun, but that's okay. Yeah, the 25% more experience isn't half bad. I definitely did use one of those for a bit at some point. Not using it right now, though. Brain. Like, this would be going so much faster and smoother if my mind was just fully on task right now, but it just isn't. So we didn't end up needing the shotgun at all. I could just grab Twen and warp out of here. But I'm pretty sure there's something in here I want. I just don't remember. I'm pretty sure there's at least one other unique around in here somewhere. But I don't remember if it's one I care about or not. It's like, I feel like the one that's here is the other shotgun. Which means I don't particularly care. At the very least, let's drop the doll off. So that if we die scampering around in here, Twen will be back at base anyway. As soon as I find the right hole in the wall, apparently. Thought that was the right one, but apparently I was incorrect. I thought it was past this guy because we came out through the hole and we stabbed him. Yeah, there we go. Hey, kid.
That's my doll! You brought it back? Thank you. Yes, I will go. See you there?
I'm sure you'll handle sneaking out of here somehow, kid. You figure it out. You've got a bone knife, you'll figure it out. To a certain degree, death is also meaningless in this game, honestly. The only problem with dying is having to walk back to where you died from. That sentence didn't quite work, but you get the idea of the sentence. So wait, hang on. Something's confusing me slightly. Huh. Interesting. Honestly, that's for people who care a lot more than I do. I'm here to enjoy a game, not try to get everything forever and every facet of it. Because I will want to put my head inside a blender by the time that's done. I have learned that that is not my way. Yes, yes. I know there's more to the place than that, but I keep ending up just looping, so I'm gonna go out and around. And if I die, I die. Like, to clarify, though, I have endless respect for those that have the patience to go through 100% things or learn speedruns for things that just... I just ain't that person. Because fascinating things come out of that, but it's just not the way I do things.
Weird and potentially dangerous? Yeah, I'm taking it.
Damn it. I thought I was going to make it around the corner enough that he couldn't see me anymore. Yep, this is going badly. There we go. I didn't want to use up any extra ammo, that's why I didn't fan the hammer on him. Apparently another one knows I'm here? Or not. I think the icon just didn't go away quick enough. Oh wait, no, they were aware of me. Huh. Well, that was almost disastrous. Good thing I ran when I did. That right there is an example of something I can't just stab. That ain't gonna work.
Nope, won't fit anywhere.
Come now, we both know that that's not true. There's absolutely enough room for that. Well, that was almost awkward. Anyway, like I said, there's enough room for that.
Definitely need a new bag or two.
I really... About now.
Let's put these to good use.
Exactly. Eventually, the ways will run out, but you can keep cramming for a lot longer than the game thinks. So I do wish that it would auto-stack to the bag for ammo and things. That would be a lot nicer, but that's asking a lot. Woo! You saw nothing. I don't exist. Oh, of course you saw me the second I hit him. I should have crouched. That's on me, but it's just one of those things where the attack hit the frame that he spotted me. That's always the worst.
Below again.
And yeah, there's a lot of odds and ends in the sawmill. I just cannot remember if there's anything important else in there.
Pleasantly surprised. You actually did find them both. Maybe I was wrong about you. Please, accept my thanks. Just look around. What here doesn't look cursed, twisted, or just plain weird? But I think I remember something exceptionally odd. Did you ever see that weird tree growing atop this hill above our camp?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was on the track to that safe when everything went sideways. But it's also not worth going all the way back for right now.
Well, it's not just a normal tree. Whoever or whatever it is now. I saw another one like you talking to it before that someone started growing bark. If anyone knows something about what you're looking for, it must be it. Have you seen all those fallen trees?
Sounds good. You have a good one. Thank you for being here. Probably won't be going for too awful long after this anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of that. I could sit there and stack up the value of it more, but I'm just not that interested. Okay, now to start digging out all of the other things. We actually have too damn much ammo. It's a good problem to have. There is when you can't fit it in your pocket anymore. But otherwise, I agree with you. Just like there's no such thing as too much loot either. But again, it has the same situation of if you can't put it anywhere, then it doesn't help. Like, I've got so many different stacks of bullets all over this inventory. This is why I want it to be able to stack to the bags, because I have, like, one bullet here that can go with this stack that's in the bag. Just... Like, let's just pull all of this out and do a head count for a second. Because we can also use the auto sort to get the bags somewhat more in order. But I have to pull everything out of the bags to do it. Just trying to make sure they're all at least full stacks. Yeah, because we've got we got 85 basic ammo, almost 20 silver ammo, 9 fire, 8 gold. We've got 4, almost 5 stacks of shotgun shells. And that's the thing, I'm not using the shotgun that much, so I shouldn't be carrying this many shotgun shells. Carrying this many shotgun shells is insanity. I've also got more of these angel halos that I'm stacking up because I'm still not sure what they do, but I feel like I should hang on to them. My gut is telling me that I need that for something. The music box we can go ahead and get rid of, that's fine. Same with the lever action rifle at this point, it can go. This way we can put some of the extra shotgun shells away. I'm not getting rid of them, I just don't need them right now.
Alligators? No.
Yes, alligators are spooky. Though I also would want to put the sword away. No, the sword's just terrible. Get it out of here. I'm literally never going to use that sword. So there's no point in hanging on to it. The rest of them are in the, well, I might use this eventually pile. which is the only reason they're still there. Silver shotgun shells I will sell, because I'm not going to use them either. We're finally up to 4,000, but we still have a ways to go to get the hat. We originally were working up towards getting the Rattler, but after some thought, there's no reason to have the Rattler. There's nothing else to sell out of either of these, right? I'm keeping this in case I have gurus nearby that I need to get around. It is nice that I can at least sell directly from the bags. Nope, I think we're good. I just need to start sorting things back into their bags now. Because carrying lots of short ammo is fine. It was the shotgun shells that didn't make sense to carry 50 million of. But now we can sort all these back into their homes. And there we go, a much cleaner, more usable inventory. Still a little overflowing, but it's fine. Actually, if I've got that much gold shotgun ammo... No, I don't really have a good way to trade that around either. And I was just discussing how I'm never going to use this knife either. Because it just isn't better than the bone knife. Stop hoarding. I know I want to hoard the everything, but I would need, like, an infinite storage to hoard that hard. I was talking about getting the Glove of Weirdness as well, but we also talked around the point to the thought of not needing that.
It annoys us greatly that we have to rely on the help of others, especially mortals. Don't you have things to do? Important things, like not pestering us about everything.
Yeah, but you're stuck here, so answer my questions anyway.
Don't get too friendly with her. The candle of her life is burning fast. Gather whatever information you can from her and move on. Just a desperate drunkard trying to pass as a priest. His existence is not something we occupy our thoughts with. Seemingly, he isn't long for this world anyway.
Yeah, that's about the estimate I got to for him, too.
Who are you talking about? A girl? There's someone hiding from our sight by some enchantment. Protective sigils, token, perhaps an object. We sense no danger from her.
Which is why she wanted the doll so badly, is because there's probably protective magic on the doll.
You're back, still in one piece. A blessing, yes? You got the gold? Bury it. We can do many things, but you can only select one. What will it be?
There we go. Add a little bit of extra stealth for now to make my life a little easier. I've been avoiding doing that because, again, extra fiddle and I constantly forget.
Alford, never anything good can come out from a place operated by bandits. I tell you, hive of scum, that what he was. Lost your eyes, have you? Doesn't this old place looks like hell's vestibule? Oh wait, you're not asking out of sheer curiosity, right? It's that cursed skull on a stick prodding you to do its bidding.
Well, you probably did just see me go talk to it and come back, so yeah.
Heed my warning. This thing will be your undoing. As it was bane for others like you. Exactly that. You're not the only undead stalking these lands. One of your brethren was active around these parts, spreading violence, and chaos. Although, I admit, he did slay a number of sinful beasts. Still, he was a menace.
So yeah, there's more confirmation that there was another like us around before. We've just been doing a better job than they did of not offending everyone in the local vicinity.
My father used to say, there's never only one Rougarou.
True.
Talk is boring.
Yeah.
Drinking holy water makes him calmer. For a while.
Yeah, holy water. That's what it is. Yes, yeah.
Annabelle is good for me. I like her. I am Twen.
That is accurate, yes.
Just me. Survived. Father taught me how. Long ago. He made it himself to protect me from bad spirits.
Good to know.
He went to prepare a ritual to scare the demons. He said he will come back when he is done. Yes, powerful. Could talk to spirits. He kept most demons away. All respected him. Lived in a village with others, but it's gone. I live here now. Still talking? Talking boring.
I assume the doll's why she survived.
Slept in animals' nests. Hid from everything bigger than a rabbit. Father teaches about herbs. How to prepare food. How to read the land.
All good things to learn, yes.
Talk too much. You're big. Scary one is bigger.
That could be a lot of people. So, that unpacks a couple things for us. But Annabelle put us on the track of the one useful piece of information out of that whole set. And that is the thing I said we were going to deal with later. Which is this. Tree Man.
To fear the Lord is to hate evil. And I feared evil more than I feared the Lord. I walk through the valley of shadow of death. I gaze at this swamp and realize there is nothing left. I do not do the good I want to, but the evil I do not want to. This I keep on doing. We know that we are from God, but the whole world knows the power of the evil.
I think we all know I have to answer this. You do know something. Please tell me something useful before I set you on fire and prepare barbecue.
See come death, one who does not live, yet dwells still. He was like you, but destroyed he was. His parts scattered the land. We tried to fight the evil here. I failed. Both of us.
So yeah.
Be afraid. When people fall down, do they not get up? Saith the Lord. But my fall is far worse. I used to be someone more. I fought evil across this country and came here to continue my crusade. I had an assistant. Together, we carried out the task of cleansing this land. But my faith was shattered.
Well, that sounds bad all around. Now to go argue with the Totem of Souls for a minute, because he wasn't telling us everything. As obviously he wouldn't. It wouldn't. They wouldn't. I mean, there are multiple souls in there. I guess they is reasonable in that case, but either way, we gotta go argue with a stack of bones. Oi.
You're back, still in one piece. Interesting. There are some traces of such a being, yes, but we cannot pinpoint its whereabouts. It's all over the place.
That's because it's in pieces, yes.
Wait, what if this undead was hacked into pieces? That would explain why they feel so scattered. Why they kept escaping our grasp. But now, when we know what to look for, we know not. It was not our tool. And since we had no idea it was here, now, back to what's important. Yes, we sense something. Slight traces, but it's better than nothing. Inside a breeding farm for the alligators, vandalized graveyard near the town, and caves used by an unknown tribe for their rituals. Seek there anything that can be related to that undead gunslinger and bring it to us.
So yeah, much like the hunt for the cursed gold objects in the first chapter, we now have another item hunt to do. Thankfully, so far only in 3 locations. But note that these are the 3 locations I was avoiding before. Because, to my memory, we can't get those items until this part. So there would have been no point to being there.
So many leeches. Ugh.
I'm gonna do the I'm curious about you in a moment. I just was double checking to make sure there wasn't something I forgot to grab. Nah.
Little sad town for little sad folk. Visited a few times. Curious, are you? Well, fine. Not like there's much better to do around here. Slang your questions. Just mind, I may not answer them as you would hope. Oh my, that was, quite honestly, one of the worst pickup lines I've ever heard. But not the worst. And did I hear a sincere interest in your voice? Or was it hoarse? Fireweeds. Always like their beautiful colors, bright and full of life. Did you know they tend to grow in places ravaged by fire? I like them for that reason too. They give hope that even the worst can pass and new life will sprout from where once hell raged.
You can relate to that, can't you?
Kinda wanna know you a bit better. Hope you don't mind. How's it to be like you? I mean, not quite alive. You seem like any other. You eat and breathe, and yet you can't be killed. Do you feel like you used to when you were a normal human?
I mean, there is a certain omnipotent feeling to being immortal, but it kinda sucks getting shot all the time.
Can't even imagine how you felt when you woke up. Must have been real scary and confusing, not knowing what happened and if there's a way back. Sincerely, I hope there is.
Pretty confident you can't undead.
Now that you ask, I don't really know. I was in pursuit for a way to take off this mask for so long. Everything else is just a blur in my memory. Well, I certainly won't be coming back to my old profession. Think I'll be able to just live somewhere, quietly. Grow a big garden of flowers, herbs, and veggies. Hell, I may even take a pet or 2. I'll be a new me at that point.
That does sound nice.
That's my answer. But now it's my turn. It's only fair, right?
This is what I was expecting, which is why I was following this line of thought, just to see what questions get thrown back and what responses the game allows us to have.
Do you remember things from your past? When you were a normal human? So, nothing at all. Losing your memories like this? It's scary. Certainly not sitting in a hole like this. I assume you ask what I liked doing before all this happened?
That would make more sense.
In my spare time, I was taking care of a small garden. Weren't anything special, but I liked growing flowers and herbs. Nothing like watching the dusk unfold before your eyes, the smell of blooming roses all around, with a cup of tea in hand, enhanced with peppermint you grew yourself.
Again, that does sound good.
You got your answer. Now I'll do the questioning. Ready or not, here it comes. What do you see in your future? Optimistic person would probably interpret this as a carpe diem, but I think it has its logic to it. How can you even try to plan anything, right? It's tough. Better take things one at a time and see what happens.
Pretty much, and I've got a bag full of solutions for most of my problems at this point.
Oh, I had plenty brothers and quite a few sisters. My family was real big. In fact, it was too big for all of us. Anybody who could tried to live on their own as soon as possible. Me too.
Well, that's the way in this time frame, all things considered. Have as many kids as you can so that some of them survive.
Ran away from the overcrowded shack we called a house. I wanted to live in a city, to escape the endless poverty. In a way, I've achieved my goal. And no, I don't know what happened to the others. Parents were always distant. Siblings cut contact as soon as they were out. That's my answer. But now it's my turn. It's only fair, right? You must have visited some unusual places. Which was the most odd?
The canyon really wasn't much to write home about. This place has definitely been weird. And I feel like saying the future one's a cop-out.
Really? Our little swamps are so interesting to you? Or maybe you barely seen anything?
I mean, we really haven't seen much yet. We've been in a dusty old canyon surrounded by desert, and then we've been in a shithole of a swamp. We really haven't gotten much here.
Tired of me? Really? I'm just kidding. Let's move back to the usual topics. I can't wait to get this mask off. I'm gonna eat a whole roasted pig and drink a bottle of wine to celebrate. Anyone or anything specific on your mind? Except me, of course.
Even though we've already discussed a lot about you. But sure, let's continue throwing that line in there.
Somebody who tried to make things right once. Now look at him. Can't even speak coherently anymore. Something broke him for good. Guess it is a good reason to not mess with the powers beyond our understanding. If only I knew back then.
I mean, I feel like everyone in this cave has dealt with things beyond their understanding and come out of it worse for wear.
She's a true survivor. Managed to stay alive in this forsaken place for who knows how long. Good she's back with us now.
Debatable.
Oh, he's an old creep, full of beans and hypocrisy. Something's eating him alive, judging from the looks and the smell. Ugh. I reckon he's even worse off than I am.
Well, yeah, you're mostly intact aside from spooky cursed mask on your face and something from it presumably eating your arm.
Finally, my jaw was about to detach itself and run.
Would it even be able to get past the mask? The world may never know. Let's deal with you two while I'm here.
Give me strength.
See if you have anything useful to tell me.
If you only prayed as often as you flap your gums.
I could say the same for you.
She is a feral child. I tried to preach her the holy word, but she's almost as deaf to them as you. She casts an evil eye at me whenever I am around. If me, a simple man of cloth, makes her react in such a way, this must mean she's intimate with the devil.
Or she's just well aware of how scummy you are.
Curious, isn't he? Seems like he lost his faith and now awaits purgatory. I tried offering him my ear for him to confess his sins before certain demise. Yet all he does is babble incoherently. Can't see much hope for improvements, both in this and in life after.
Very enlightening. Thank you for just complaining about everyone we know. That was so enlightening. You can't see the look on my face, but I'm pretty sure everyone can picture it, dealing with someone like that. But as you might imagine, this magic circle is going to be relevant to what we're doing here. Exactly. Let's see, nothing new has spawned. So I'm gonna go back out and go at least get one of the items, but I think we'll wrap when we get close to like the 5-hour mark today. This way there's a good chunk of this left to do. In case people are wondering why there's so many X's here, these are all the entrances to the cultist caves. Because those caves are extensive. And the reason why I'm not finishing this chapter today like I did chapter 1 is because this section here is going to take longer. And I don't want to end up being here like 8 hours trying to finish this chapter in one go. As much as I'm enjoying it, I do not want to overdo it. Especially getting through the latter portions of this, it's going to become a bit of a trial. Of the options, I'm actually going to go deal with the alligator farm. For one, it's in a place we know how to get to reasonably easily. We've gotten over to the town pretty easily too, but we saw what we would have to deal with there, and I was not a fan. The cultist caves are going to be exactly what you would expect. It's going to be full of cultists, and I don't really want to deal with them right now. So that's how we're ending up with this option of go up to the alligator farm and hope for the best. I say that, of course, knowing a good chunk of what is actually going on up there at the alligator farm. But I don't remember well enough how bad it actually is. Yeah, as you can see, just like with the canyon, this map is pretty quick to cross as long as you're not being constantly interrupted by one problem after another. I do also realize one thing that I'm kind of happy about so far, and that is, surprisingly, we haven't encountered any Deathstalkers yet. I could have swore we would have run into an area where they were by now. Mind you, I am not upset about this fact. That fact honestly makes me very happy. But it does make me suspicious as well. Now, I also acknowledge that I have more than likely, by saying that, caused where we're going to be Deathstalker fucking headquarters. But I'm also pretty confident that that's not true.
I like where this is going.
Oh, actually, I believe over there is important. So, where is this? Is remember the statement about a circle of Earth? And rewarding those who prove their worth? The cure is just right here. Ordinarily, you'd have to fight all of these wraiths and ghosts and crap to get it. But thanks to the fact that I am clever...
Look at this beauty.
we can just grab all this for free. This is why I keep a bag full of tricks at all times. Is because it provides me solutions to many of life's problems without having to deal with any extra issues. You know, much like Batman has his utility belt, I've got a giant backpack full of 1,000 solutions to 1,000 problems. It's that 1,001 problem that is an issue, though. But we now have the Iron Thorn, a fast reloading crossbow that does extra damage. Judging by its appearance, this unusual crossbow was made by the armorers of the Alliance of the Iron Rose. Its mechanisms have been modified, allowing for faster reload and a more forceful firing. Very few survived a meeting with one of the Purge squads in the Barrow Lands. I think that's supposed to say Barren Lands, but somebody typoed that and it still didn't get fixed yet. As the Alliance members pride themselves on being merciless toward those who bear curses. If you happen to be on a cursed land, it must mean you're cursed as well and need to be exterminated. But even with weapons like this crossbow, they weren't able to destroy the source of the corruption in the Barren Lands. But now we have a use for crossbow bolts, because I will actually be using the Iron Thorn. That's the other reason I didn't buy the crossbow, is because I was pretty confident I remembered finding a unique crossbow somewhere pretty reasonable to get a hold of. And for some context of the thing I was talking about earlier with a choice I made being different this time, due to a mistake when I went and talked to people, I ended up giving the cure to the priest last time. We'll be giving Annabelle the cure this time, for sake of seeing how that plays out and the fact that that was my original intention. There's a Deathstalker, by the way. You'll notice it's just a bigger Wendigo that's standing upright. Oh boy. You see nothing. I don't exist. I'm not real. I'm a figment of your imagination, sir. We also don't need to go in there right now. I'm pretty sure I actually need to go on the farm itself, like the X is showing us, in order to get what I need. Let's do a demonstration of the Iron Thorn a bit. No, not the explosive bolt. No. As fun as that would be, that's a bad idea. That's a log. There is a depth hunter over there. Really don't have a good angle at anything from here, aside from that, and I'm not shooting a crossbow bolt at that. In case anybody's like, oh yeah, that seems like a great idea. No, because there's a second one, for one, and for two, it won't die from that. It'll just be mad. Ta-da! His head explode. Now, the good news is, from what I remember, you can generally get those bolts back, much like arrows, though they have the same problem of occasionally breaking.
And stay down.
Sneaking around here is very dangerous, considering there's a lot of the big boys wandering around in here, which I'm still torn as to how I want to solve, because I don't really have any great solutions to dealing with them. I have some solutions that will work, none that I would call great ideas. Considering one of them is fire wildly with the revolver at them. Ideally with fire bullets. Problem will come in when I aggro more than one of them at a time. There we go, he should burn to death. I think he's on his way here. Nope, he went back to his place, okay. I think he's on fire. That can fit in the hole. That can fit in the hole with me. Thankfully it's on fire, so it's not thinking clearly enough. It actually can't fit in here. Huh. Crazy. Well, that works. I have found the invulnerability cubby hole. So the one I set on fire was the one I think I just shot. Well, he's mad. Oh, what a shame. You can't get me. Okay, so he can get me, but not well. I need to keep the dance going, otherwise he's gonna get me.
That's a great son.
Are you still not dead? This is silly. This should not be working. But here we are. Now where the hell did he go? Hey! Quit running around so much. I've definitely attracted the attention of something else by shooting him, too. At this point. There it goes. Jesus. So that was an uproarious waste of ammo and almost a waste of my life. So something just went flying by. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Glad that didn't find out I was in here. Because let me tell you, shooting it and scooting back and forth, definitely not going to solve my problems. That's not gonna die nearly that easily. Rusty knife and a rusty axe. There we go. Give me that. Give me that.
Oh, good. Ammo.
Ooh. Nothing good up there. Just fish.
as do with some more bullets.
And if you think getting through here is proving to be a process, it's not going to be any better at any of the other places we're going. Well, correction, it may be slightly better at some of them because there won't be Deathstalkers walking around. And technically the Cultist Caves might be one of the easier ones for us to get through because we can use the shotgun in there reasonably effectively because it'll be a nice contained area. There's his hat. And there's the notes for how wraiths work as well. Spider medallion. Spider medallion do? Oh yeah, you stagger enemies better and you take less acid damage. Fairly large oval medallion. It's engraved with a massive spider. Looks worn out, but still durable. Seems no acid can damage it. Perhaps it'll grant you spider senses? I wish. Spectres known simply as wraiths are not a common sight, which is fortunate as their presence tend to be tied to a disturbing or brutal event. Interestingly enough, wraiths are able to keep a physical object, usually a coin, inside their ethereal hat. The origin of this phenomenon is unknown. Behavior. Wraiths are fast and agile, able to effortlessly chase after whoever crossed their path. Like any ethereal enemy in the Barren Lands, they are vulnerable to silver ammunition. Curiously, bullets made out of gold are even more effective. It is an information of utmost importance, as normal bullets are virtually useless against a wraith. I mean, considering they keep hold of a coin or anything like that, it's pretty safe to say they covet gold. Human face which has been skillfully torn off from its previous owner. Slightly rotten, the stench is almost unbearable, but you feel safer while wearing it. It probably won't make you very popular among others, though. Yeah, it's another one of those cursed items. You get 20% damage reduction, but everything costs 20% more and sells for 20% less, I believe, as well, while you're wearing it. And just like the cursed brain, you have to use a revival to get rid of it or die with it on. I do remember having used scalps before, but that was because we were just having such a bad time in straight-up fights. Which is why we're avoiding them this time, where at all possible. Because this is meant to be an immersive stealth game, after all, rather than just a straight shooter. There's this Bugman. I don't think we've got enough range with this to hit him there without it doing reduced damage. It probably would still kill him, but I don't want to do so pointlessly and have him just come running over and piss off the Deathstalker and anything else that's in the vicinity. Especially when I can just make my way over there and just shank him. Oh, there's more big boys, huh? That's not ideal. And here I was thinking I got rid of all of you. Apparently he was not the one that detected me. That is upsetting news to have. The noise you're hearing is one of the leeches stuck in the wall. In case people are wondering why I'm not panicking hearing weird noises next to us when I just was attacked by an enemy. We are, however, going to crawl back in here and do inventory for a second. This way we can get our healing back on the bar. And we have a level to spend, actually, so I should probably do that while I'm thinking about it. This would just give us flat firearm damage increase, which would be nice. More healing from the bandages would also be very nice. I did say I was going to increase alive and dangerous as well. Like, we're pinned between a lot of very good ideas simultaneously right now. There's also the argument of grabbing quick fingers, considering that'll help the crossbow. But the crossbow's not going to be the priority. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the last level of Gotcha, and then I'll take the first level of quick fingers so we can recover our bolts and things properly, and then next level we'll get the faster reload. It doesn't make sense to prioritize that over getting a 2-point ability. This is the one we gave a crossbow crown to. See that? Oh, that is just an unpleasant sound that we're hearing next to us. Like the super just goopy noise. That's our curse. That's reducing our max health right now. Since we died and I didn't fix that one, we still have that negative in play. It's a very minor negative at the moment, but it will end up getting stronger if I keep repeatedly dying without getting rid of it. Uh-oh. Well, that got us out of there. Which is not really what I wanted. I wasn't done in there yet. I was hoping a full set of shots would kill him. But see, now we have even less health. So now you know how that works.
I can't wait to get this.
I don't need that. Don't want that either. And this purple potion right here will sort out that whole skull problem. Ta-da! Full health.
We sense you have something reeking of undeath. Is it what we think it is?
I mean, it's a hat, but it's his hat.
Such a simple piece of clothing, and yet we can feel importance. Seems the previous owner really liked it. Very well. We shall use it. Yes, this item will suffice. Go on. There's more work to be done. Wait, did you feel that? Something's moving. Something humongous. Seems we've poked a stick into a snake's nest.
Yeah, it's not a great idea to turn that in early. I forgot that was a bad idea.
Whatever that thing is, its power is immense. We feel a connection between its awakening and the peace you gave us. Which means we're on a good track. And don't even think of trying to fight that thing out there. It's too powerful right now. That's why we need that undead back from his dreamless sleep. His brain may hold wisdom we seek, something that would allow us to strike the beast.
Oh, and they're not kidding when they say it's too powerful. From what I remember, you straight up can't hurt it until afterwards. And we
Earth
miss...
is shaking, trees falling. This can't be real. Not again. Not again. You did this? Why on earth would you provoke this monstrosity?
Well, we gotta destroy it. But hey, about that cure...
Don't tell me you've actually found it.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Wait, it's liquid? Huh. Somehow it never occurred to me that it may be a potion. Well, I'll manage somehow. Thanks again.
Just get a really long straw, just like under the mask, through the eye hole, I don't know, you'll figure it out. But that's that side quest done. boo-hoo, the priest might die. Nobody liked him anyway. But since I did turn the thing in, I'll show you what's stomping around out there if I can get a look at it. If it's actually out and about right now. I don't remember if it actually comes out when you turn in the first one or if it waits till the second one and then you can actually hurt it with the third. Or not. Everybody was acting like it was out and about being a problem. But I don't see it, and let me tell you, I'd see it. It's hard to miss. There's also no shaking, so I don't think it's active yet. I don't think it activates until you put in the second one. And I said I was gonna stop. Oh, wait, there he is. He's smaller than I remember. But yeah, that's the evil that stalks this land that we need to destroy. We can't hurt him right now. Yeah, I was far enough away that he wasn't rendering, I think, was the problem. Yeah, like I said, I was gonna stop at 5 hours. But I'm gonna quickly run back over to the alligator farm because there's an item over there I'm like 90% sure that we missed that I want. And I don't want to forget to go get it. So I'm quickly gonna pop back down below, get blessed with more stealth again, and we're gonna try to get to it.
Every place we visit has a different flow of energy, like a signature. Spirits are bound to those movements, following it like a thirsty man seeks out storm clouds on the horizon. A blessing. You got the goal. We can do many things.
Thank you. Because with that stealth buff, it'll be easier for us to evade our way to victory instead of having to fight through anything that will respawn. It'll also be good for getting past Big McStompy out there. Though he's generally chill as long as you don't fuck with him. Like, you can't go walk around under his feet or go get too close to him or anything. But as long as you don't run up on him or attack him or anything, he doesn't care that you exist. To him right now, we are just bugs. There's also somewhere that's burnt on the map, but I forget where, that you can get the flower that Annabelle was talking about. Oh, and the next time that area resets, I'm pretty sure the priest will be gone. Because that's what happened with Annabelle. She disappeared after I accidentally gave the cure to the priest, because I asked both of them, figuring they'll tell me something about what they are going to offer me. But when you offer it to the priest, it locks you into giving it to him. I don't know if it was a matter of it locks you into the second one you offer to, or if it just locked me in because the priest's dialogue is set up that way. But that's what happened the last time we played this, which is why I was a lot more careful this time. And just made sure to just go straight to her and be like, here, take potion. Figure it out, good luck. And it's entirely possible, due to the nature of her condition, with the mask and everything, the potion might not even help her. But honestly, to hell with the priest. He's a dick. He's a liar, a cheat, a false priest. Not that being a priest would be that great a thing in my eyes anyway. Because I've known very few genuinely good priests. And that's not to say I have anything special against any particular religion or any religion at all. It's usually just there are the same thing as any kind of position of power. People don't know how to use said power responsibly in most cases. Or more often than not, refuse to use said power responsibly is just as true as don't know how to. Did not realize he had respawned.
Destroyed.
Okay, that isn't a money bag, that's just a pot. But somewhere around here, there's another unique weapon. I'll just be a little bit more direct and honest about why I came back here looking for something. There's, to my memory, another unique weapon stored here somewhere. If I don't find it quickly, then I'm not going to worry over it. Like, if I die again, we're not coming back out here a third time for it. I may go get it in my own time or something. Get used to the very distracting roaring happening, by the way, because as he's stomping around out there, he is going to keep just screaming. Because he's very upset to be in existence.
Can't shoot with rocks.
God damn it. Okay, well, like I said, I'll go find it in my own time and tell you all about it, or come back for it on Monday or something. That's why you don't try to stab those things, though.
Won't be stopped.
Oh, hey, the mask's gone. I guess it worked.
Another tragedy struck our little community. The preacher, he's gone. Had a nasty fit of his illness and went out to get some fresh air. At first, we all heard him coughing up his lungs out there, but then it all went quiet, and he didn't come back. And we started looking for him. He was nowhere to be seen. I wonder if your choice was right. I am alive and getting better, but if the price for this was his death, is this fair? Is my life worth more than his? Sorry, I won't mention this again. Just wanted you to know.
See, the fact that you're questioning that already puts more value in you surviving than him. His response was, haha, fuck her, pretty much. So, yeah. I'm already more inclined to be happy saving your life than his. And there's also the simple practical reason if I still didn't buy the thing I want from you. So, even discounting any potential cases of heroics or anything, there's the simple logic of, she die, no more hat. No more hat, no happy. I still can't quite get enough money for the hat right now, though. But, like I said, we are stopping at this point. We may as well take a quick sweep around and see if we see the preacher's corpse anywhere, though. Though I assume he either wandered off somewhere in protest against this little community and me, for refusing to heal him. Or he got eaten by the big stompy boy over here. Walked out into the ocean, got eaten by something out there. You'll notice, by the way, when it roars, the tentacles come out the sides of it. So that's a thing. The other reason why I did this is there's something that happens right at the beginning of Chapter 3, and I want to see if something different happens. Well, he's dead. He just had a basic revolver and a bunch of potions. Well, thanks for the free stuff. Now, I'm not gonna say what happens if you don't heal Annabelle, because I want to leave that for people to figure out on their own.
Once I saw fire coming from behind.
Yes, fire sawmill, very good. But we've now seen firsthand what happens when you don't heal the preacher. The only thing I'll say is you don't find her corpse immediately. I don't actually remember entirely anything beyond that, but I know some other things. So those are the things that'll stay under my hat. Now that we actually have something to use bolts with, we'll go ahead and get a stack of bolts. Basically, at this point, I'm just going to do a bit of bookkeeping to be ready for next time. What are you saying, Doom? Oh, yeah. I was in a completely different frame of thought by that point, so I'm like, what is he on about? What? Because my train of thought had already jumped tracks and ended up somewhere else. Well, yeah, there's always that. Which these days it shouldn't be much, but it always exists. It's not one of those things you can get rid of completely, unfortunately. Well, yeah, but then it's no longer a part of the stream. That's a whole other situation. So many good options. Yeah. I'm trying to decide where we're going from here. That said, schedule for the week, we will be finishing this chapter and doing as much as we can of Chapter 3 on Monday, most likely. And if I do that, I will probably finish Chapter 3 on Tuesday. Then we'll be on to new things for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. There is a chance that Monday may be something different. It depends on what time people wanted to do something, because I had a offer to join a group for some stuff on Monday. I just don't know what time they wanted to do it. I am going to be poking them a little deeper about that tomorrow, if I don't hear anything as to what the plan is for that. And I'm keeping the who's and what's and where's under my hat alongside a bunch of other things in case A, things don't work, and B, it ends up just straight not happening. This way no one's disappointed. Ordinarily I'd raid over there, but they're probably ending soon because it is very late their time. Been a bit since we've raided over there, and that would be pretty funny. Ordinarily there'd be music on this screen, but for some reason the music in the game isn't playing. Oh wait, that's because I didn't go back to the title screen, you fool. That's why. There we go. Now there's music. I was like, wait, there should be music playing. Why am I not hearing anything? Brain only caught up to that now. I'm having the hardest time choosing between these. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put it down to do those two, and whichever way the coin lands, the coin lands. Alright, going with the first thought then. We're going memes. Bye. Twitch, what are you doing? Did they literally just, like, end right when I started to queue that up? Hang on. Something about this ain't adding up. That's still there. And no, it's still there. They're still going. Okay, just for some reason they weren't showing up in the list immediately. There we go. Y'all have seen Lainey before when I've raided over to her. She's good people. We've already had that discussion numerous times. We don't need to have that talk again. The reason why I say I was going with memes is right now she's playing Hamtaro Ham Ham Heartbreak, which is definitely a meme. So, as usual, be good to her when you go over there. I will see you all on Monday unless something goes horribly wrong, like how I was exhausted yesterday and nothing happened. We've already talked about the schedule coming up. Oh, I did forget to tell you guys about the extra animated emotes that have been put up already. There's one animated emote now and one regular one that was added, and there will be another animated emote as soon as I figure out how to make it in a way I'm happy with. So be excited about that. That's a future thing. Yay. But yeah, I'm just gonna not run the rest of this timer out and say, have a good one, everybody. Be good to Lainey, and I'll see you on Monday. Good night.